Chapter 209. The bodies of the two darksteel centipedes exploded into pieces, but Tung Yongfan tried his best to widen his eyes as he stared at the figure rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Amidst the broken corpses was a strong, devil-like figure. That pair of red eyes, that familiar face. It was the son he was most proud of, Tung Qingshan. Qingshan. Tung Yongfan felt dizzy because of the explosion, but he was overjoyed. He saw his son. Tung Qingshan hugged his father. His father's tattered clothes were full of blood, and many wounds could be seen with the naked eye. However, none of this could stop Tung Qingshan's excitement. Tung Qingshan, who thought that his father was dead, found out that his father was still alive. Great sorrow and great joy caused Tung Qingshan to be unable to control his emotions. Father, father! Tung Qingshan couldn't hold back his tears. Qingshan. Tung Yongfan's heart trembled slightly. He watched Tung Qingshan grow up and knew his son's character. His son had always been strong since he was young. He had never seen his son cry. His son could kill a pack of wolves before he was 10 years old. In his father's eyes, his son was the strongest, bravest, and most fearless man. But today, he saw his son's tears. Don't cry. Tung Yongfan opened his mouth and suddenly felt dizzy. Father. Tung Qingshan realized that something was wrong with his father. The water here is cold. The innate true origin in Tung Qingshan's body immediately surged. A fiery red innate true origin spread out and formed a shield around him. It wrapped his father up. Bang! The bottom of the cave shook, and Tung Qingshan flew up into the sky. In the bottomless pit, the god of fire's phantom borrowed strength 4 times and flew out of the bottomless pit that was 100 zhang deep. Tung Qingshan then landed on the weeds and carefully put his father down. Tung Qingshan glanced at his father's leg and saw that his father's left leg was severed from the thigh. His facial expression changed drastically. Dad's leg. Tung Qingshan's joyful mood instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Previously, when Tung Qingshan was in a hurry to save his father, Tung Yongfan only had his chest and other parts of his body above the water. Therefore, Tung Qingshan did not see that his father's leg was broken at that time. At this moment, he finally realized it. However, Tung Yongfan opened his eyes and smiled. The sun is shining on my body. It's really comfortable. It was already noon, and the sun was at its brightest. The winter sun shone warmly on one's body. Father's leg is broken, and there are so many wounds on his body. Severe blood loss. He must have escaped to the bottom of the bottomless pit yesterday evening. It's cold underground. Father has lost a lot of blood, and there's nothing to eat. As an assassin in his previous life, Tung Qingshan knew a thing or two about first aid. Father had so many wounds and a broken leg. Ordinary people would have died from blood loss. Father was able to withstand it because his body was strong. Father, eat. Tung Qingshan immediately took out a steamed bun from his bag and brought it to his father's mouth. I'm starving. Tung Yongfan smiled and opened his mouth to eat. Tung Yongfan hid in the underground cave. There was a lot of water in the cave, but Tung Yongfan was not thirsty. He was hungry. After losing blood, extreme hunger, dizziness, and dizziness. The 3 steamed buns and 2 flatbread in Tung Qingshan's bag were all eaten by Tung Yongfan. Seeing his father eat, Tung Qingshan felt sad. Tung Yongfan laughed and said, Qingshan, look at you. You're even the commander of the Black Armored Corps. Don't worry. Your father's body is very good. I only ate 30% of what I ate just now, but it's much better now. I don't feel dizzy anymore. Once one lost too much blood, it would indeed make one dizzy and their body would become weak. This was blood essence, and it needed to be replenished with food. Abundant blood essence could indeed be refined into inner strength. But inner strength could not be converted into blood essence. If one lost too much blood essence, they could only rely on eating. Eating chicken, duck, fish, grains, and so on. Father, is there anything wrong with your body? Tung Qingshan asked. The sooner it's treated, the better. We can't delay it. Tung Yongfan pointed at his waist and said, The knife wound on my body is a small matter, but my waist was severely slashed. I can't feel anything from my waist down. I can't move at all. Even when my left leg was bitten off by the Darksteel centipede, I didn't feel any pain. Tung Qingshan heard this, and his expression changed. Paralyzed, he immediately turned his father over. There was a deep and hideous wound on his father's waist. His spine was injured. Tung Qingshan's expression changed. From the depth of the wound and his father's condition, Tung Qingshan completely understood. His father's spine was injured, and his father was paralyzed. If this kind of injury was in his previous world, it might have been possible to use high-tech medical facilities to treat it. But in the land of the 9 prefectures, it was impossible to treat it. So be it. Tung Yongfan laughed unconcernedly. My leg is broken. It doesn't matter if I'm paralyzed or not. Father, Tung Qingshan felt a pain in his heart. Doesn't matter? The difference is huge. If it was only a broken leg, he could use steel to make a prosthetic limb and barely stand and walk. However, the lower half of his body was paralyzed. His father's life would be very difficult in the future. It's all because of me. Tung Qingshan was unwilling. I originally wanted father and mother to live a good life, but this time, Qinghu Island took father away. It must be because of me. Qingshan, where is your uncle Yongxiang's body? Tung Yongfan looked around, his eyes filled with anxiety. The men of Qinghu Island cremated him. The ashes were probably blown away by the wind. Tung Qingshan said softly, when a person died, not even his ashes were left. Tung Yongfan closed his eyes and tears rolled down his cheeks. Qingshan, your uncle and I grew up together. Taking a deep breath, Tung Yongfan looked at Tung Qingshan and asked, is his Damascus steel spear here? It's in my bag. Tung Qingshan took out the 2 pieces of the Damascus steel spear that he had dismantled. These 2 pieces belong to your uncle Yongxiang. Tung Yongfan stretched out his trembling hand and held the spear. He said in a deep voice, when we go back, disassemble the spearhead and put it in the urn of ashes. Then, put it in the ancestral hall. Without ashes, he could only use the weapons and clothes from before he died to replace them. Tung Qingshan nodded and said, Father, wait a moment. Tung Qingshan used his hands, which were wearing the heavenly hawk claw gloves, to chop off some branches from the forest and quickly made a simple armchair. Father, sit properly. Tung Qingshan helped his father sit on the armchair. Then, he carried the entire armchair in front of him. It was almost 200 jin, but it was not a burden to Tung Qingshan. Who? Tung Qingshan used the Qing Gong crossing worlds and rapidly flew away like a wisp of green smoke. Although Tung Qingshan's body was moving up and down in the forest, his father, Tung Yongfan, who was sitting on the chair, didn't even feel the vibration because of his hand's balance. The reason why he used the lightness skill, crossing worlds. This was because if he used only his physical strength, the force of the tremors would be too great, and it would inevitably affect his father. In one breath, he had covered more than 30 li. Qingshan, you're walking the wrong way. This isn't the way back to Tungjia village, Tung Yongfan said. Father, I have already arranged for all the clansmen to rush to Jiangning County City. From now on, the members of my Tung Qingshan clan will live in Jiangning County City. Speaking as fast as lightning, Tung Qingshan didn't even pant as he spoke. Jiangning County City? Tung Yongfan was startled. He sighed and said, leaving the ancestral land. But it's good. Our clansmen don't have to worry about us anymore. Tung Qingshan nodded. Tung Yongfan sat on a chair and felt the forest on both sides recede rapidly. He sighed inwardly. With a son like this, what more could I ask for? Tung Qingshan swept his gaze across the distance. In the distant forest, a man with disheveled hair, who looked like a savage, was riding a pitch-black cheetah. This cheetah was actually 8 chi tall, 2 meters, and its length was more than 1 zhang. The pitch-black cheetah was strolling in the forest, and the savage was sitting leisurely. Black Cloud Leopard? Tung Qingshan was secretly shocked. Black Cloud Leopard, an extremely powerful demonic beast that originated from the desolate lands of the south. Once a Black Cloud Leopard reaches adulthood, its strength can be compared to an innate expert. An adult black cloud leopard's speed was astonishing. It was much faster than the 3 dragon horses. It could travel 10,000 li in a day. It could be said that it was the best mount among the walking beasts. Who can ride a black cloud leopard? Tung Shan was secretly shocked. The savage looked over with a pair of slightly surprised eyes. It's probably because the news of Qinghu Island excavating emperor Yu's treasure attracted a powerful expert. To be able to ride a black cloud leopard, he must be an innate expert, and it seems that he is not an ordinary innate expert. However, I still need to send father to mother first. Tung Shan didn't want to waste time, so he sped up. Phew! In an instant, Tung Shan brought his father and disappeared from the savage's sight. The savage's eyes were filled with surprise. So fast. He can still be so fast, even though he is carrying a person. Even normal true Dan innate expert can only move at this speed. Squeak, squeak. The sound of wheels could be heard. More than 2,000 people of Tongjia village were bustling with activity, resting on a piece of wasteland beside the official road. Everyone had set off early in the morning. It was now noon, and everyone had only traveled about 50 li. After all, Tongjia village had a lot of people. Even with over 100 Dark Veins horses, they could only travel about 80 li in a day, which was considered very fast. This was because most of the people of Tongjia village were in good health. Mother, eat some. Qingyu was beside the wooden cart. Her mother, Yuan Lan, was wrapped in a blanket and lying on the cart. Mother can't eat. Yuan Lan squeezed out a smile. You eat it yourself. Seeing her mother's pale face, Qingyu felt sad. She knew very well how much of a blow her father's death was to her mother. Qingyu, you eat. Yuan Lan looked at her daughter lovingly. Mother didn't move on the cart, so I'm not hungry. You ran for more than 6 hours, so you must be hungry. Mother. Qingyu's eyes turned red. From last night until now, Qingyu's heart had been very sad. Qingyu. Yuan Lan suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked to the west. Her eyes were filled with shock. Seeing her mother's expression, Qingyu hastily turned her head to look to the west. She saw a blurry shadow rapidly approaching from afar. There seemed to be another figure in front of that figure. The blurry figure caused Yuan Lan to widen her eyes, trying to see clearly. Chapter 210. It's the chief. The chief is back. A loud yell resounded through the wilderness beside the official road. The noisy clansmen of Tongjia village immediately quieted down. The clansmen who were eating or talking all turned to look. Brother, father? Qingyu couldn't believe it. Her eyes filled with surprise. Brother Fan, Yuan Lan, who had been lying on the cart, suddenly stood up with a burst of strength. She didn't even have time to put on her shoes and ran towards Tung Shan and Ting Yongfan barefoot. Brother Fan, Yuan Lan's face was full of surprise. She couldn't help but cry as she ran to Tung Yongfan. Tung Yongfan sat on the chair that had been put down. Brother Fan, Lan. Tung Yongfan hugged his wife tightly. The two of them had been childhood sweethearts. They had been through many ups and downs and couldn't be separated from each other. I thought you. Yuan Lan cried loudly. She looked down at Tung Yongfan's leg. Brother Fan, your leg. It's good enough that I escaped with my life. Tung Yongfan smiled. Lan, I won't be able to walk in the future. Yuan Lan's face was full of tears. I will take care of you in the future. Seeing this, Tung Shan let out a sigh of relief. If father had really died, mother would have been grieving and her body would have weakened until she died. However, father came back alive. Mother didn't want to die anymore. Mother had drunk the scarlet fruit wine, so her body was still very good. It's good now. The old chief, Tung Yunlong, walked over with a smile. It's good that you are alive. It's good that you are alive. He had seen too many deaths. Tung Yunlong had seen too many broken limbs. At this moment, the old chief, Tung Yunlong, was holding a wine pot with both hands. Grandfather, are your hands better? Tung Shan asked. When the army of Qinghu Island came to capture them, the bones in grandfather's hands were broken. It's okay. Although my hands are broken, I can't carry heavy things. But it's okay to carry light things. Tung Yunlong's hands trembled as he held the wine gourd. Tung Shan took the wine gourd and removed the wine cup from the mouth of the wine gourd. He poured a cup of scarlet fruit wine for his father. "Father, it's better for your body." Tung Qingshan handed it to his father. Tung Yongfan looked at his son and took the cup with a smile. "Yes, wine smells good. Qingshan, let me drink good wine as soon as I come back." "Good." Immediately, he raised his head and finished the cup of wine. Immediately after, Tung Yongfan's expression changed in surprise. "What kind of wine is this?" Tung's body. S. Due to the excessive loss of blood, Tung Yongfan's yuan qi was greatly damaged, but it was quickly replenished. Even the quality of his body was rapidly improving. Just one cup of scarlet fruit wine had healed most of Tung Yongfan's injuries, and his strength had increased greatly. "What wine is this?" Tung Yongfan's eyes widened in shock. "Scarlet fruit wine." Tung Yunlong, who was at the side, said, "I will tell you about this later. Qingshan, your father's back. Now you don't need to go to the Great Yin Mountain anymore." "I still have something to do," Tung Qingshan said. "Let Qing Hu Island go. How could this be?" Big uncle died, and father suffered so many hardships and was paralyzed, almost losing his life. Tung Qingshan's heart ached at the thought of his father spending the rest of his life on a chair and a bed. Originally, he joined the Gui Yuan sect and became the commander of the Black Armor Corps because he wanted Tung Jia village to have a better life and a better life for his parents. If not for that, Tung Qingshan had probably roamed the world alone and pursued the pinnacle of martial arts. However, he desperately wanted to protect this family, but because of him, his father was in trouble and his uncle was killed. "Qingshan," Tung Yongfan hastily said, "Don't go. Don't fight with them. Qinghu Island is one of the 8 supreme sects. We can't defeat them." Since he was paralyzed, he couldn't forge iron, and he couldn't even walk. Tung Yongfan didn't seem to care. But who would feel good if they were paralyzed? He felt bad, but he pretended not to care. As for revenge, he wanted to kill those people with his own hands, especially the young island lord who held the black long spear. But he couldn't. His son, Tung Qingshan, was powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, how could he defeat the colossal Qinghu Island? They couldn't even defeat the entire Gui Yuan sect, let alone a small Tung Qingshan. For his son's safety, Tung Yongfan didn't want his son to do that. "Don't go." Yuan Lan's eyes were full of hope and worry. Between revenge and their son, they would definitely choose to let their son live a good life. "Don't worry, father. Your son isn't a fool. He won't just charge in like a fool." Tung Qingshan squeezed out a smile and comforted his parents. "Have you ever seen your son overestimate himself and die?" Hearing this, Tung Yongfan felt slightly relieved. Ever since he was young, Tung Qingshan had a sense of propriety. He wasn't a hot-headed and reckless person. "Qingshan," Tung Yongfan said solemnly. Tung Yongfan said solemnly, "That time when the leader of the cavalrymen went to our Tung Jia village and tried to take me, Qinghao, and your uncle Yongxiang away, on the way back to the Silver Dragon Army's camp, I noticed that many soldiers respectfully addressed him as young Island Lord. It's him." Tung Qingshan couldn't help but feel a murderous intent surging in his heart. So was Gu Shiyu. Actually, when Tung Qingshan had first met Gu Shiyu at the Blazing Mountain, Gu Shiyu had been fighting with someone and had admitted defeat halfway through the fight. Also, when Tung Qingshan had met Gu Shiyu during the courtesan selection in Wuan County City, Gu Shiyu had been a hypocritical and insidious person. Unexpectedly, Gu Shiyu was sinister enough to forcefully take his father away. "Gu Shiyu, I will definitely kill you." Tung Yongfan's murderous intent surged in his heart. Tung Yongfan continued, "Qingshan, it's obvious that this young island lord has a grudge against you. So, no matter what you do, you must be vigilant and not be careless." Tung Yongfan was afraid that his son didn't know the nature of the young island lord, so he hastily reminded him. Tung Yongfan wanted to prevent his son from falling into Gu Shiyu's trap. "Yes, I will be careful." Tung Qingshan hastily nodded. Tung Qingshan had grown up and was the commander of the Black Armor Corps. He had a high status. Therefore, Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan could only persuade Tung Qingshan. They couldn't force Tung Qingshan not to go. In the eyes of Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan, they were a couple from the countryside. Their foresight couldn't compare to their son's. They couldn't make the decision for their son. Tung Qingshan brought some food, changed his clothes, and hurried back to the Great Yin Mountain. Screech. Occasionally, ear-piercing screeches resounded in the sky. Tung Qingshan looked up and saw 5 snow eagles hovering in the sky above the Great Yin Mountain. Those were the snow eagles of the Snow Eagle Hall. Tung Qingshan recognized them at first glance. The people of the Snow Eagle Hall should be in the area below the Snow Eagles. The people from the other forces should be here soon. At this moment, Tung Qingshan was wearing an earthy yellow robe with a belt tied around his waist. He was carrying a big bag and wearing the human skin mask with a knife scar on his face. Tung Qingshan passed through the mountain forest and quickly approached the place where the experts gathered. There are quite a lot of people. From afar, Tung Qingshan could see many experts sitting on the grass, leaning against the big trees, or sitting on the branches of the trees. Tung Qingshan could see more than 20 people from afar. Haha, here comes another one. Tung Qingshan heard laughter from afar. Tung Qingshan strode over and saw a handsome young man wearing a white robe greeting him with a smile. The young man cupped his hands and said, "I am Lu Xiao. Brother, you don't look familiar." Heavenly Eagle Hall, Qinlang. Tung Qingshan cupped his hands. Heavenly Eagle Hall? Many people looked over in confusion. It was obvious that they had never heard of this sect. Tung Qingshan smiled faintly and said, "It's just a small sect that isn't famous. If you want to join us and get a share of the treasures, you don't have the qualifications to join us." Among the 6 people wearing purple robes, a white-haired elder with broom-like eyebrows sneered and said, "You could try to see if I have the qualifications," Tung Qingshan said indifferently. "Arrogant." The elder with broom-like eyebrows sneered. He extended his hand, and a light green long sword on his back appeared in his hand. Under the illumination of the sun, the long sword emitted a light green glow. The other innate experts at the scene watched this scene silently. If one wanted to join this group, one must have some abilities. If one was famous, no one would stop him. But if he wasn't famous, no one had ever seen him before. They would definitely make a move and see how powerful he was. The Dong Huan 9 swords of the Xiao Yao Palace. Watch carefully. The voice of the elder with broom-like eyebrows was still echoing when he suddenly transformed into a green afterimage. Clang! A loud explosion sounded. Tung Qingshan still stood at his original spot without moving, but the elder with broom-like eyebrows retreated 3 steps. His eyes were filled with surprise. The expressions of the innate experts who were originally watching the show changed slightly, especially the 5 experts of the Shooting Sun God Mountain with godly bows on their backs. They looked at the flying knife fragments on the ground in surprise. A flying knife was actually able to force a true Dan innate expert to retreat 3 steps. The strength of this flying knife was at least 2 to 300,000 Jin. Such a concealed weapon expert could not be underestimated. "I went out for a stroll. Why are you guys making a ruckus?" A hearty laughter sounded. A wild man with disheveled hair, riding on a demonic beast, the Black Cloud Panther, came in leisurely. He glanced at Tung Qingshan and said, "The gloves on this man's hands are the weapons of the Heavenly Hawk Claws Wei Dan. He should be Wei Dan's successor. There's no need to measure it, right? Heavenly Hawk Claws?" Many people looked at the gloves on Tung Qingshan's hands in surprise. If one didn't study history, it would be hard to tell that it was a pair of ordinary gloves. So it's the successor of Senior Wei Dan. Senior Heavenly Hawk Claws Wei Dan was one of the top 10 experts of the heavenly ranking 600 years ago. The white-cloaked young man walked over and said with a smile, "I, Lu Xiao, also roamed the world alone. Brother Qinlang, let's go and meet big brother Wu Ho." Wu Ho. Tung Qingshan was astonished. Wu Ho was ranked first in the heavenly ranking. People called him the King of Beasts. Chapter 211. Tung Qingshan admired the legendary expert Wu Ho who was ranked first in the heavenly ranking. According to the records of the Wanxiang sect on the heavenly ranking, Wu Ho belonged to no sect. He had lived in the countryside near the border of Yinzhou since his hometown was near the desolate. Therefore, Wu Ho liked to enter the desolate since he was young. Therefore, he had developed a unique ability. It was rumored that the king of beasts Wu Ho had the ability to travel with birds. Moreover, his ultimate skill, King of Beasts' Fist, was created by him. He might have obtained some inner strength secret manuals by himself. However, he was able to create King of Beasts' Fist and was ranked first in the heavenly ranking for over 30 years. This Wu Ho is definitely an extraordinary person. Tung Qingshan followed the white-robed young man, Lu Xiu, and walked to the side. Brother Qin Lang, this is big brother Wu Ho, Lu Xiu said. Tung Qingshan stared in astonishment at the wild man riding on the black cloud panther. You really can't judge a book by its cover. This wild man was actually the legendary first in the heavenly ranking, the king of beasts Wu Ho. Qin Lang greets big brother Wu Ho. Tung Qingshan cupped his hands and said, "Haha, we met once before, right?" Wu Ho's mouth curled into a smile. Tung Qingshan was slightly startled and nodded. "Huh. Very good, you are here. There are 6 innate experts here." Wu Ho smiled faintly and pointed at a place not far away. "Over there, the girl wearing a green robe is called Shui Fei. That white-haired old man is called Zhongli Lin. Over there, the guy sleeping on the tree branch is my brother Bali Hong. You also know Lu Xiu." Tung Qingshan looked over. The green-robed woman, Shui Fei, and the silver-haired old man, Zhongli Lin, both smiled and gestured to him. The young man sleeping on the tree branch waved his hand and continued sleeping. Tung Qingshan also understood that it was hard to judge a person's age from his appearance. However, one thing was certain. If an innate ranker had the appearance of a young man, it meant that this person was either extremely powerful or talented. After all, many people only broke through to the Xiantian realm when they were middle-aged and old. And those who broke through to the innate realm at the age of 30 or 40 had a better future. We have a total of 6 innate rankers. Tung Qingshan looked at the men from the various sections. From their attire, he could tell that there were 5 experts from the shooting Sun God Mountain, 6 from the Xiaoyao Palace, 5 from the Snowhawk Hall, and 9 people wearing long black robes and golden masks. It was hard to tell whether they were men or women. The Ying family sent 9 innate experts. Tung Qingshan exclaimed. The white-cloaked young man, Lu Xiu, smiled and said, "The Ying family is a force that is second only to the Mani Temple. They have countless experts and are deeply rooted in the Yong province. Everyone in the 3,000 Li Qinling Mountains wants to join the Ying family." Back then, the Heavenly Emperor of the Qin Mountains had left behind many secret manuals for the Ying family. Naturally, a large number of experts have been created. It's a piece of cake for them to send 9 black-robed law enforcers. Tung Qingshan nodded and sighed in his heart. Emperor Yu, Heavenly Emperor Qin Ling, Martial Ancestor Shiga, and Poetic Sword Godly Tai Bai were the 4 most powerful experts. Their understanding of the way of martial arts had already reached the perfection realm. If one Dao was understood, all Daos would be understood. They could easily create all kinds of exquisite cultivation methods. Some used tricks, and some focused on the basics. With a large number of exquisite books, they could teach in accordance with their aptitude. Therefore, the Mani Temple, Emperor Yu's Hall, and the Qin family were the 3 strongest sects among the 8 supreme sects. The number of innate experts they had was also more shocking. However, Heavenly Emperor Qin Ling and Emperor Yu spent their energy on unifying the world and ruling the country. They didn't spend their energy on sects like Martial Ancestor Shiga. Therefore, Emperor Yu's Hall and the Qin family were weaker than the Mani Temple. As for the Poetic Sword Godly Tai Bai, he traveled the world freely. He didn't build a sect or unify the world. He lived a carefree life. Tung Qingshan and a large group of innate experts waited leisurely, but the men of Qinghu Island felt uneasy. Phew, phew, the cold wind blew. The patrolling soldiers didn't dare to make a sound, as they were afraid of enraging the 12 innate experts. There are more and more people. Zhao Danshan frowned and said, Island Lord, if this continues, we won't be able to fight against so many innate experts if the other sects join hands. If there were only 16 innate experts, Qinghu Island would still dare to fight. However, if there were too many innate experts, it would be troublesome. The other innate experts were silent. They were all very troubled. The innate experts of the supreme sects can be sent. They are probably at least true Dan innate experts. There are also a few Golden Dan innate experts. With this group of people gathered together, there's no other way. Gu Yong shouted indifferently, Shu, Father. Gu Shiu, who was not far away, hastily ran over. Take a few soldiers and seal the entrance of the bottomless pit with steel. Then seal it with mud. It must not be visible from the outside. Finally, place the floor on the mud. Gu Yong instructed. Every tent had a floor for the soldiers to sleep on. Originally, the tent only covered the bottomless pit. But now, Gu Yong wanted to make the tent the same as the other tents. Every tent had a floor and a table. The only difference was that the ground covered the entrance of the bottomless pit. Yes, Father, Gu Shiu hastily said, and quickly called 10 soldiers to do the job. Alan Lord, what do you mean? The 11 innate experts looked at Gu Yong. There's no other way. We can only delay. Gu Yong smiled and said, I don't believe that they can find the entrance of the bottomless pit with just a few dozen people. Dozens of them have joined my army, and they're all under the surveillance of my army. At night, we will find a time to sneak into the bottomless pit. We will do it without anyone noticing. Gu Yong indeed had no other way. This method still had a possibility of success. After all, with a camp of tens of thousands of people, it was impossible for the other side to know the movements of Gu Yong and the others. Brother Wu Ho, we haven't seen each other for 30 years. A rough voice rang out, and a burly man with at least a dozen braids on his head walked over. He wore a round iron hat and was dressed in scale armor. It's been almost 33 years. Wu Ma, your Hong Tian city has sent 6 generals this time. Wu Ho touched his nose and said, including you, there are 37 innate experts. Haha, you alone are equivalent to 6 of us, Wu Ma said with a smile. Tung Qingshan leaned against the tree root and closed his eyes to rest. However, Tung Qingshan heard all the conversations around him clearly. 1 is equivalent to 6? Tung Qingshan was very clear that this was the truth. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. The king of beasts, Wu Ho, was ranked first in the heavenly ranking for over 30 years. It could be seen that his strength was indisputable and overwhelming. Ordinary Golden Dan innate experts. It would probably take 3 or 4 Golden Dan innate experts to fight against him. As for the 6 innate experts in Hong Tian City, it would be considered good if there were 2 Golden Dan innate experts. 2 Golden Dan innate experts and 4 true Dan innate experts. Added together, they could barely compete with Wu Ho. He was able to surpass Teacher and rank first in the heavenly ranking. I really don't know how strong he is. Tung Qingshan knew that among the 37 innate experts, most of them were true Dan innate experts, and only a few were Golden Dan innate experts. With his strength and physical strength, he could barely be considered as a true Dan innate expert. In the past, he didn't even win against Deng Geng. Although he had killed Elder Lien of Qinghu Island, it was a sneak attack in absolute darkness. Tung Qingshan and Elder Lien were actually on par in terms of real strength. Among this group of people, I am considered to be one of the weakest. Tung Qingshan was very calm. However, his flying knife had already made many experts look at him in a new light. Everyone remembered the name Qin Lang. No one was willing to offend such a concealed weapon expert, because a true concealed weapon expert would be very terrifying if he wanted to launch a sneak attack. After a while, a rustling sound rang out. The monks of Mani Temple are here. All the innate experts looked over and saw a group of monks wearing purplish-red monk robes. All of them held purplish-red iron rods as they strode over. Mani Temple the leader of the 8 supreme sects, could not be replaced by any other sect. However, none of the sects could do it. This was Mani Temple, 12 innate experts. Tung Qingshan was secretly shocked. This was a #1 sect. They just casually sent out 12 innate experts. The king of beasts, Wu Ho, who had been smiling at the side, now had a cold expression on his face as he said, "The 12 arhats of the purple staff hall of the 3 halls and 6 courtyards of Mani Temple." It seems like Mani Temple is determined to get Emperor Yu's treasure. The Arhat realm in the Buddhist sect also corresponded to the innate realm. The leader of the 12 monks was an old monk with long eyebrows. He smiled and said, 5 from the Shooting Sun God Mountain, 6 from Xiao Yao Palace, 5 from Snowhawk Hall, 6 from Hong Tian City, and 9 from the Ying family. Brother Wu Ho brought 6 people. Including me, there are 12 from Mani Temple. There are a total of 49. 7 by 7. That's a good number. Everyone, Emperor Yu's palace is located in Yuzhou. It's closer than Yinzhou, Yuzhou, and Yongzhou. However, they haven't arrived yet. I think we shouldn't wait for them. Let's ask Gu Yong of Qinghu Island to bring us to Emperor Yu's palace. He spoke calmly, but his words contained an irresistible dominance. This was Mani Temple. Although the monks of Mani Temple rarely left Rongzhou and Liangzhou, once they traveled the world, they were famous for their strength. Yes, Emperor Yu's hall hasn't arrived yet. We don't have to wait anymore. The people of Xiao Yao Palace stood up, 12 staff-using monks. It seems like Mani Temple wants to monopolize Emperor Yu's treasure. Among the 9 black-cloaked, law-enforcing elders of the Ying family, the tallest one snorted coldly. The 9 black-cloaked, law-enforcing elders should be proficient in the 9-9 spear formation. The old monk with long eyebrows smiled and said. Tung Qingshan shook his head as he watched from the side. Mani Temple and the Ying family, they haven't even fought for Emperor Yu's treasure yet, but these 2 forces were already opposing each other. However, it was no wonder, maybe in the eyes of Mani Temple and the Ying family, they didn't think that Qinghu Island would dare to go against them. Let's go. The king of beasts, Wu Ho, shouted loudly and led the way. Zhong Lilin, Tung Qingshan, Lu Xiao, and the other 2 innate experts followed him. Soon after, the Shooting Sun God Mountain, Hong Tian City, and many other sects also stood up and set off. Mani Temple and the Ying family didn't hesitate and walked towards the army of Qinghu Island. P.S. Here is the 3rd chapter. Continue writing the 4th chapter. Chapter 2:12. Alan Lord, those innate experts are walking towards us. A Silver Dragon Army commandant quickly ran over and reported, "Let's go meet them." Dressed in a golden cloak, Gu Yong smiled and stood up. The other 11 innate experts also stood up. This time, the other 11 elders all changed their clothes and changed into a set of green robes that the law enforcement elders wore. Gu Yong stood in the middle, while the other 11 innate experts dressed in azure cloaks stood on both sides. Behind the 12 of them, there were many high-ranking members of the Silver Dragon Army, including Gu Shiyu. Father, Gu Shiyu followed. Shiyu, go and see if the banquet is ready. Gu Yong ordered indifferently. Gu Shiyu immediately stopped and replied, yes. The cold wind blew, and the flag of the Silver Dragon Army fluttered in the wind. At the very front of the camp, the elite soldiers of the Silver Dragon Army were lined up in a square formation. Behind the spear formation was the archer formation. It was a majestic sight. At the very front of the camp, there were 8,000 soldiers. The soldiers in the camp were ready to fight at any time. Gu Yong and the other 12 stood in front of the 8,000 soldiers. After waiting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, figures finally appeared in the distance. In the distance, the forest was dense, and the figures could be faintly seen. When the group of figures walked to the wasteland in front of the camp, even the soldiers of the Silver Dragon Army could see clearly the number of people. 49. 49 inborn experts spread out and walked side by side, looking very carefree and casual. The number of 49 was far from the 30,000 of the Silverworm Army. However, in terms of imposing manner, The 49 innate experts that walked from afar completely suppressed Qing Hu Island's army. The 49 people walked side by side like a roaring flood, causing the thousands of soldiers of Qing Hu Island to tremble. Damn it, the Mani Temple sent 12, and the Ying family sent 9. Even the monster king of beasts Wu Ho is here. Zhao Danshan cursed in a low voice. The other innate experts didn't look good. In terms of imposing manner, they were at an absolute disadvantage, even though they had the support of the army. Guyong's face was cold as he waited quietly. The large number of Silver Dragon Army soldiers behind the 12 innate experts were slightly fearful. Those people are inborn experts? 49 inborn experts? Why are there so many? If they gather together and the island lord orders us to kill them, we will be sending ourselves to death. 49. The soldiers of the Silver Dragon Army hoped that there wouldn't be any fighting. This was because 49 people were enough to split into 2 echelons and take turns killing the ordinary soldiers. The soldiers' arrows were ineffective against them. Killing the heavy-armored soldiers was as easy as cutting grass, even if it consumed innate true origin. They could also be replaced by other innate rankers. 49 people could sweep through like a road roller. Tung Qingshan and the other 49 people kept moving forward. Brother Qin Lang, look, the face of the island lord of Qing Hu Island, Guyong, has darkened. Ha! Lucio, I've never seen Guyong lose face like this. The white-robed young man, Lucio, said proudly with a smile. Tung Qingshan just smiled faintly. Being able to be ranked among the 49 people was actually a proof of one's strength. If one didn't have the strength, how could the Supreme Sex let him come? It's rare to see the experts of the Supreme Sex gather together. Guyong laughed loudly and said, Everyone, I have prepared some dishes and wine. Island Lord Gu, it would be impolite to refuse. The disheveled king of beasts, Wu Ho, laughed loudly. Under Wu Ho's lead, the 49 innate experts walked over. Immediately, Guyong and the other 12 people, along with the 49 innate experts of the Supreme Sex, walked into the military camp. Phew, they finally didn't fight. We escaped a disaster. The Silver Dragon Army soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. If the island lord gave the order, they would indeed fight to the death without fear. However, just because they weren't afraid of death didn't mean they wanted to die. No matter how powerful these soldiers were, they weren't willing to fight against the 49 innate experts. Inside the military camp, 8 tables of sumptuous banquets were prepared. Everyone sat down. Everyone, I haven't seen many of you for a few years. There are also some that I, Guyong, don't know. Guyong smiled and said, Of course, after this, we will all know each other in the future. Guyong, we don't want to talk so much nonsense with you. Tell us directly, where is Emperor Yu's treasure? A cold and stern voice sounded from the tallest of the 9 black cloak protectors of the Ying family. Guyong glanced and smiled. You should be Brother Haojiang of the Ying family. Tung Qingshan, who was sitting at the side, raised his eyebrows. Ying Haojiang? Ranked 19th in the heavenly ranking. His spear art was superb. No matter what, let's all sit down and drink. We will talk slowly. Guyong smiled and said, Brother Haojiang, am I right? Island Lord Gu. The long-browed old monk said calmly, My Mani Temple and many other sections. Also, Wu Ho and the other innate experts wouldn't come here for nothing. They traveled thousands of li, or even tens of thousands of li, just to have a meal. Let's talk openly. Where's the entrance to Emperor Yu's treasure? The long-browed old monk of the Mani Temple had his eyelids drooped and occasionally glanced at Guyong. However, the person Guyong feared the most was this old monk. Island Lord Gu, where's the entrance to Emperor Yu's treasure? Tell us. Wu Ho smiled calmly. Island Lord Gu, could it be that you want to compete with us? The muscular man from Hong Tian City, who wore a round iron hat, laughed loudly. Island Lord Gu. The 5 experts of the Shooting Sun God Mountain also stared at Guyong. The surrounding group of innate experts, including Tung Qingshan, all stared at Guyong. Being stared at by so many people, Guyong raised his wine cup and took a sip. He looked at the surrounding innate experts and said, Everyone, I, Guyong, will warmly welcome all of you. However, I really don't know anything about your so-called Emperor Yu's treasure. To be honest, the rumors spreading outside really make me not know whether to laugh or cry. I dare say. Guyong stood up and glanced at the crowd. This news must have been spread by those who have a grudge against Qinghu Island. If there really is Emperor Yu's treasure, Qinghu Island would have taken it away secretly. Why do we have to camp here for such a long time? Let me tell you the truth. Qinghu Island is here to mine, not for Emperor Yu's treasure. No matter how much Emperor Yu's treasure there is, Qinghu Island's men can't move it away in half a day. Alan Lord Gu, you sure talk well. The muscular man from Yuzhou in the northeast sneered. Guyong, if you think you can get lucky, don't blame us for being impolite. Ing Haojiang, the leader of the 9 black-cloaked, law-enforcing elders of the Ing family, said coldly. Guyong's face darkened. Everyone, I said that we don't know anything about Emperor Yu's treasure. If you don't believe me, you can search. You can search everywhere in my huge military camp. I won't stop you. Shiyu, pass down my order. Guyong said loudly. Let these esteemed guests search wherever they want. Don't stop them. Yes. Gu Shiyu's voice came from afar. Tung Qingshan glanced over and squinted his eyes. Gu Shu. Guyong looked at the crowd again and said loudly, Everyone, I, Guyong, have given you enough face. The 49 inborn experts present looked at the surrounding tents. There were at least a few thousand tents densely packed together, and the entrance to Emperor Yu's palace might not even be in the tents. Search? How long would it take for 49 people to search? I said there's no Emperor Yu's treasure, but you don't believe me. I can only let you search personally. I believe that after searching, you will know that it's just a rumor. Emperor Yu's treasure hasn't appeared for thousands of years. How could it appear now? Guyong scanned the crowd and said with a smile, Plus, have you noticed that among the 8 supreme sects, only Emperor Yu's hall hasn't come? Why? Mani Temple, the Ying family, and the other innate experts froze. That's right. Emperor Yu's hall was located in Yuzhou, very close to Yangzhou. If they wanted to come, they would have come long ago. Why didn't they come? Emperor Yu's hall was founded by Emperor Yu. Guyong smiled and said, No one knows more about Emperor Yu's treasure than Emperor Yu's hall. They probably know that the news about Emperor Yu's treasure is fake. That's why they didn't waste their energy to come here. This statement caused many people to waver. Maybe it was really a rumor. Many innate experts looked at each other. The white-cloaked young man, Lu Xiao, also looked at Tung Qingshan and said, Brother Qinlang, what do you think? Everyone, a clear voice sounded. Many innate experts looked over, including Guyong and the others. It was Tung Qingshan who stood up. Alan Lord Gu, you think there's no Emperor Yu's treasure and still want us to search? Tung Qingshan looked around and said loudly, But I think there's definitely Emperor Yu's treasure. The eyes of many innate experts brightened. If this Qinlang dared to say there was definitely Emperor Yu's treasure, then it was most likely true. In such an occasion, no one dared to speak carelessly. Who are you? Guyong's face darkened. Qinlang. Tung Qingshan opened his mouth and said, A nobody. Tung Qingshan looked at Guyong with a smile and said, Alan Lord Gu, why? You don't dare to let me search? Guyong, why? You don't dare? The 9 black-cloaked, law-enforcing elders of the Ying family stood up. Island Lord Gu. The 12 arhats of the Mani Temple also stood up. The King of Beasts, Wu Ho, and a large group of innate experts all stood up. Without a doubt, Tung Qingshan was one of them. At this moment, they obviously stood on Tung Qingshan's side. Guyong squinted his eyes as if he wanted to remember Tung Qingshan's appearance in his heart. Search, Guyong said calmly. Tung Qingshan immediately strode towards the southeast. The other 48 innate experts immediately followed. Island Lord, Zhao Danshan, and the others all looked at Guyong. Guyong's face turned ugly as he looked at the backs of the 49 people and said, Don't worry. Among the thousands of tents, even the soldiers of the Silver Dragon Army wouldn't know which tent is special. Not to mention the outsiders. Let's go, let's follow. Since they were still worried, the The 12 men of Qinghu Island also followed. 4 chapters completed. Wow, I finally finished writing in one go. Yes, I can also call for the monthly votes. The difference between the top 4 of the monthly votes ranking is very small. However, the story of the 9 cauldrons is still lagging behind. Tomato will work hard to make the story of the 9 cauldrons more exciting. We also hope that everyone will vote for Tomato. Our greeting is, have you voted today? Chapter 2:13. The Great Yin Mountain was overgrown with thorns and weeds. All kinds of plants and trees grew everywhere. However, because the 30,000 soldiers of Qinghu Island were stationed in the area of a few li around the bottomless pit, the trees in that area were unlucky. A great number of trees were cut down and weeds were uprooted. The military tents were set up like decorations on the Great Yin Mountain. Of course, there were too many trees in the area of a few li. Some trees that were not in the way were left behind. Numerous heavily armored soldiers were scattered throughout the camp, and there were also many Silver Dragon soldiers patrolling the area. Moo! Along with the shout, the Silver Dragon Army's sergeants moved out of the way in fear. A group of dozens of people, accompanied by the 12 innate experts of Qinghu Island, strode towards the southeast. Who are those people? Are the island lord and the law-enforcing elder following them? I don't know, but they should be innate experts. My second brother's spear team is at the front of the military camp, ready to fight the enemy. It's probably to deal with this group of people. Mother Kerr, if I can be this arrogant one day, my death will be worth it. You said that this group of people are all innate experts. Some soldiers moved to the side and watched the group of people leave. They couldn't help but exclaim and discuss. About 50 innate experts. How many innate experts are there in the entire land of the 9 prefectures? So many actually came to the Great Yin Mountain. TSK. No wonder the island lord and the others are so careful. These Silver Dragon soldiers were naturally superior to the ordinary civilians, but compared to the innate experts, they were people of 2 different worlds. Just this group of inborn experts was enough to slaughter them. After all, at least 20 to 30% of the innate experts in the entire land of the 9 prefectures were gathered here. Among the 36 people of the heavenly ranking, there were more than 10 in the Great Yin Mountain today. Even a number 1 of the heavenly ranking was here. Tang Qingshan's group had walked for about 2 li from the banquet until now. Brother Qinlang, do you know where the entrance is? Lu Xiao, who was beside him, whispered. Just watch. Tang Qingshan smiled faintly. Tang Qingshan's steps were steady as he walked along the winding road towards the southeast. Brother Qinlang, Gu Yong, who was following behind, finally spoke. Do you want to search the big tent or the Great Yin Mountain? Brother Qinlang, you can start searching. But Brother Qinlang, aren't you just wasting everyone's time by walking towards the southeast with your eyes closed? We're not in a hurry. King of Beasts Wuho grinned. Island Lord Gu Yong, if you feel tired after walking for 2 to 3 li, you could take a rest at the side. The muscular man from Hongtian City, Wu Ma, mocked. How could a Golden Dan innate expert be tired after walking 2 to 3 li? The sarcasm in his words was obvious. Gu Yong is afraid that Brother Qinlang will find the entrance. A cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and the one who spoke was the Ing family's Ing Haojian. The 9 black-clothed law enforcers who wore golden masks didn't slow down at all and kept following behind Tang Qingshan. Gu Yong smiled calmly. What am I afraid of? I don't even know if Emperor Yu's treasure is in the Great Yin Mountain. If there really was a treasure, it would be a good thing if Brother Qinlang could find it. Qinghu Island can also see what Emperor Yu's palace is like. Tang Qingshan was amazed by how thick-skinned Gu Yong was. They continued forward. Island Lord Zhao Danshan was slightly anxious as he looked at Gu Yong. Gu Yong shook his head slightly, but didn't say anything. Indeed, Tang Qingshan was already very close to the bottomless pit. He was only less than 500 zhang away. The fact that he was able to rush all the way from the banquet had already made the 12 innate experts of Qinghu Island fearful. Everyone, the entrance to the underground palace is in front of us. A clear voice broke the silence of the military camp. Oh no! Gu Yong's heart trembled, but his expression didn't change. Many experts from the Ying family, Mani Temple, and Shooting Sun God Mountain turned to look at the 12 innate experts of Qinghu Island behind them. Other than Gu Yong, Zhao Danxian, and a few others, whose expressions were normal, the other innate experts of Qinghu Island had ugly expressions on their faces. Wu Ho, whose hair was disheveled, laughed out loud. Brother Qin Lang, where's the entrance? Find it, and let these bastards of Qinghu Island see it. Don't worry, big brother Wu Ho. Within 30 zhang in front of Tung Qingshan, there were 5 military tents. Around the military tents, there were nearly 100 silver dragon soldiers resting. Tung Qingshan gazed at the undulating mountains around him. It should be known that Tung Qingshan had been the captain of the Tung Jia village's hunting team for over 6 years. Over 6 years, Tung Qingshan knew the great Yin Mountain like the back of his hand. Many trees in the surroundings have been cut down, but the undulating mountains haven't changed. Tung Qingshan easily determined the location of the bottomless pit. There are 5 military tents in front. Tung Qingshan said loudly, "The entrance to the underground is in one of the big tents." Gu Yong's facial expression changed. "Brother Qin Lang, it's up to you now." The skinny, scaled man of the Shooting Sun God Mountain roared. The people of the Mani Temple, the Ying family, and the other innate experts all stared at Tung Qingshan. Who is this person? Many of the Silver Dragon soldiers looked at Tung Qingshan in surprise. Tung Qingshan strode to the side of a thick willow tree, stretched out his arms, and hugged the big tree. "Rise!" Tung Qingshan shouted in a low voice. He exerted strength in his arms, and the thick willow tree was uprooted with a loud bang. The roots that were deep in the ground also broke out of the soil, causing the ground to shake. Rustle, soil rolled down. An innate expert. The soldiers of the Silver Dragon army were all dumbfounded. The thick willow tree had been growing in the forest for a very long time, and it was at least several tens of thousands of jin in weight. It was impossible to pull out the willow tree without the strength of an innate realm expert. "Island Lord Gu, watch carefully." Tung Qingshan shouted loudly, and the thick willow tree in his hand waved fiercely. "Phew! Get down!" Many of the Silver Dragon soldiers were so frightened that they hastily lay down. The thick willow tree swept past them and smashed heavily on one of the tents. The tent, which was made of steel, collapsed and tore apart under the impact of the tree that weighed several tens of thousands of jin, revealing the mattresses, tables, chairs, basins, and other daily necessities. Tung Qingshan casually threw the willow tree to the side. Boom! The ground trembled, and a pit was left on the ground. "Qin Lang." Gu Yong's face darkened as he scolded. "Why are you looking for the underground entrance and destroying the tents of Qinghu Island? Island Lord Gu, is a tent worth being angry at, or are you afraid?" The innate experts of the various sects all looked at Gu Yong. The leader of the Ying family said coldly, "When Brother Qin Lang finds the entrance, we want you to give us an explanation." "Humph." Gu Yong only stared at Tung Qingshan. "Destroy this tent so that everyone can see it clearly." Tung Qingshan smiled and walked to the side of the tattered tent. He squatted down and grabbed the mattress on the ground. Lifting it up, phew, the mattress was lifted up. Gu Yong and the other 12 innate experts of Qinghu Island watched this scene silently. However, many of them looked at Tung Qingshan as if they wanted to eat Tung Qingshan. "It's this Qin Lang." Gu Yong was extremely furious. "Lord, this is the mattress we slept on." Gu Shiyu, who was behind, shouted, "Why did you lift the mattress?" "Little fellow, shut up." Tung Qingshan turned his head and glanced at him. "You have no right to speak here." Many innate experts of the Ying family, Mani Temple, and other sects glanced at Gu Shiyu. Those who were talking were all innate experts, and almost all of them were True Dan and Golden Dan innate experts. A little fellow in the post-liminary realm dared to interrupt. "Shiyu, step down." Gu Yong bellowed. Gu Shiyu clenched his teeth and could only step back. He knew that in the land of the 9 prefectures, individual strength was the most important. Although he was the young island lord, The position of the island lord of Qinghu Island was chosen from the strongest person, not from father to son. This was the same as the Gui Yuan sect and many other sections. In the eyes of innate experts, in post-liminary realm was nothing. Island Lord Tung Qingshan smiled and waved his right hand. A fiery red innate true origin bombarded the ground. Bang! The surrounding soil and pebbles exploded and flew away. The soil, which was more than a foot thick, was blasted away. The innate experts of the various sects, including the men of Qinghu Island, stared at the place filled with dust. When the dust dissipated, Tung Qingshan's figure was revealed. Island Lord Gu, you sealed the entrance very tightly. Tung Qingshan smiled and lightly stepped on the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of steel rang. At this moment, thick steel was exposed under Tung Qingshan's feet. The faces of the 12 innate experts of Qinghu Island were extremely unsightly. The stronger one was, the more they would value their reputation. The 12 innate experts of Qinghu Island had high statuses, so they valued their reputation even more. They lied for the sake of Emperor Yu's treasure. Not only that, but now someone had found the entrance. This was equivalent to being ruthlessly slapped in the face. Brother Qinlang, good job. The white-cloaked young man, Lu Xiao, shouted. Many of the innate experts present had a good impression of Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan smiled and bent down. He inserted his hands into the steel. Poochie! The steel was like tofu in front of Tung Qingshan's hands. Hua! Tung Qingshan tore the steel apart and fiercely swung it to the sides. The broken steel flew away and then heavily smashed onto the ground, sinking into the soil. The steel disappeared, revealing the bottomless pit. Good job. The king of beasts Wu Ho was the first to rush to the pit and look down. The bottomless pit made him take a deep breath. What a deep pit. Brother Qinlang, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would have been tricked by Guyong. Guyong, little guy? Tung Qingshan snickered. However, with the king of beasts Wu Ho's age and strength, he was qualified to say this. It was normal for Wu Ho, who was over 100 years old, to call Guyong, who was over 50 years old, little guy. A large group of innate experts surrounded the bottomless pit. All of them were amazed and happy. The faces of the 12 innate experts of Qinghu Island turned ugly. Where did this Qinlang come from? I've never heard of an innate expert like him. Zhao Danshan gritted his teeth and said, Who knows? Guyong was also angry. Island Lord Gu, the person they hated the most, Qinlang, spoke again. Don't say that you don't know about Emperor Yu's treasure. You guys must be very familiar with Emperor Yu's treasure. Lead the way. As soon as Tung Qingshan said this, the other innate experts looked at the group of men of Qinghu Island. The pitch-black bottomless pit obviously needed the men of Qinghu Island to lead the way. P.S. Chapter 1 is here. Chapter 2:14. The 12 innate experts of Qinghu Island all had ugly expressions on their faces. All of them hated Qinlang, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. However, no matter how much they hated him, there was nothing they could do. This Qinlang had 48 innate experts behind him. Of course, those innate experts would help Qinlang. Guyong, please. The 49 innate experts all looked towards the group of men of Qinghu Island. At this point, if they still lied, it would be an insult to everyone's brains. Since everyone wants to go, that's fine. Guyong immediately walked towards the bottomless pit. When he reached Tung Qingshan's side, he stopped and looked at Tung Qingshan solemnly. Qinlang, I'm just a nobody. There's no need for Island Lord Gu to remember my name. Tung Qingshan smiled faintly. You're not bad. Guyong said these 4 words in a heavy tone. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Everyone, follow me down. As Guyong said this, he immediately jumped into the bottomless pit. Phew! Zhao Danshan, Yuan Lu Feng, and the other innate experts jumped down one after another. There was a very strong rope in the bottomless pit that hung all the way to the bottom. Let's go down. The king of beasts Wu Ho was the first to jump down. Following him, The other innate experts also jumped down one by one. During the process of falling, everyone used the rope to reduce the impact. In a short while, all 61 innate experts reached the bottom of the bottomless pit. This damned place is pitch black. The 61 innate experts marched majestically in the waterway. There were no other sources of light in the waterway. In the pitch-black environment, many innate experts were not used to it. Many of them put up a glowing shield of innate true origin. With the glow of the innate true origin, they could barely see 10 zhang away. The group of men of Qinghu Island walked in the front. This Gu Yong must be feeling terrible. Emperor Yu's treasure, which originally belonged to Qinghu Island, will probably be hard to get. Of course, Teng Qingshan couldn't just watch Qinghu Island get Emperor Yu's treasure. When we reach the Heavenly Flood Palace, everyone will fight for it, and it'll be easier for Qinghu Island to die. If they sneak attacked alone like at the beginning, it would be too difficult to find a suitable opportunity. This was especially true for Golden Dan innate experts. If he relied on himself, he might not have the chance to kill a Golden Dan innate expert. But now, if Teng Qingshan mingled with a large group of innate experts, he could fish in troubled waters, or he could intensify the confrontation. It would be very easy for him to kill a large number of the experts of Qinghu Island. Up ahead is the underground lake. The area of this lake is very big, Gu Yong said indifferently. At the same time, he put up a shield of innate true origin around his body before diving into the lake. The 61 lanterns moved forward at the bottom of the vast and pitch-black lake. In order to not reveal his ultimate skill, Teng Qingshan had also formed his innate true origin light barrier. However, compared to the others, the light barrier that Teng Qingshan formed was slightly smaller. Voila! At the bottom of the quiet water, when the fish noticed the 61 lanterns approaching them, they were all scared away. However, some powerful demonic beasts attacked again and again. On Teng Qingshan's side, there were some innate rankers who were caught off guard and got injured. As long as everyone was careful, there were no major problems. If ordinary demonic beasts dared to obstruct them, they would be courting death. Gu Yong and his group didn't say how big the lake was. I thought it would be great if it was a few li wide. The white-cloaked young man, Lu Xiao, cursed in a low voice. Me too. The air carried by the innate true origin light barrier is a little less, Teng Qingshan said. Lu Xiao sneered. We can only save our energy and fight as little as possible. When fighting fiercely, the consumption of oxygen would be higher. Of course, the innate experts of the land of the 9 prefectures didn't know about oxygen, but they knew that suffocation could cause death. Humans needed to breathe. With a glance, Teng Qingshan discovered that about 60 zhang away, there was a faintly discernible huge creature. There were also many python-like shadows around it. What's that? Teng Qingshan looked carefully and analyzed it carefully. As he got closer, he finally saw it clearly. It was a blue huge creature coiled at the bottom of the lake. It actually occupied an area of 30 zhang, like a small mountain pressing down. The most terrifying thing was the tentacles that were as thick as a water tank floating in the lake. Every tentacle was comparable to a 300-foot-long python. Teng Qingshan gasped. This demonic beast, such a huge demonic beast? It looks like a deep-sea octopus, but it's much more terrifying than the tentacles of an octopus. Teng Qingshan cast a glance at the group of men of Qinghu Island who were leading the way. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, this is a rare opportunity. If someone dies, they will die first. In the dark and gloomy lake, the other innate experts could barely see 7 to 8 zhang around them, and this was only because there were many of them. What's that smell? It smells awful, an innate expert said. Teng Qingshan paid attention to the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake. Everyone, be careful. Gu Yong, who was at the front, scanned the surroundings and said softly, the smell is so awful. We didn't smell it last time. Before he could finish, a shrill scream suddenly sounded. Gu Yong suddenly turned his head and saw a white-haired elder one of Qinghu Island being wrapped up by a monster as thick as a water tank. At this moment, Elderwin was strangled to death. His body was twisted like a fried dough twist, his eyes exploded, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was a horrible sight. Python! Someone yelled. Evil creature! A roar sounded. Xiao! A dazzling stream of light shone from Zhao Danshan's hand. The sword light streaked across the water tank-thick boa. Along with a puffing noise, the water tank-thick boa was cut into 2. One part of its body was still twitching, while the other part, which was extremely long, suddenly shrunk. Wah! An ear-piercing, baby-like voice sounded. Even the innate experts wanted to cover their ears because of this ear-piercing sound. Everyone, be careful! Guyong shouted. Boom! Boom! The water suddenly surged and thick, long, and huge tentacles crazily coiled towards the innate experts like huge pythons. So many pythons. The innate experts all moved, transforming into phantoms and attacking the pythons. Pythons! Tung Qingshan shook his head secretly. Because the innate experts' vision range was too small, they could only see the tentacles. They couldn't see that all the tentacles were parts of the monster's body. Xiao! 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 Sword shadows and saber lights flashed. Guyong, Zhao Danshan, and the other Golden Dan innate experts attacked, and the tentacles were immediately cut. If it was the true Dan innate experts, they could only injure the tentacles, but they couldn't completely cut them. However, there were too many experts here. There were more than 10 Golden Dan innate experts. In an instant, all the tentacles were cut. That python wants to escape. Seeing the severed body of the python rapidly shrinking, everyone knew that the python wasn't dead, and they all chased after it. However, as they chased, they suddenly realized all the pythons that they had severed were actually tentacles. And from the looks of it, each tentacle was at least 30 zhang long, and the parts they cut were only a few zhang long. Wah! An ear-piercing baby-like cry sounded again. All the broken or intact tentacles suddenly shook the water surface. Xiao! The huge creature instantly dashed far away, disappearing from the sight of all the innate experts. The lake water was still dark and gloomy. However, at this moment, all the innate experts felt a chill in their hearts. The long-browed old monk frowned and looked at Guyong. Gu Island Lord, what lake is this? Why are there so many demonic beasts? Furthermore, this demonic beast, even if I were to encounter it alone, I would most likely lose my life. This monster had 20 to 30 tentacles, and once it started fighting, it would be impossible for it to survive. Once it started fighting, even a Golden Dan innate expert would die if 20 to 30 tentacles swarmed over. However, the monster was unlucky to encounter so many innate experts, so a large number of tentacles were instantly cut off. This is the Heavenly Flood Lake. Guyong's face darkened. Qinghu Island only knows that there are many demonic beasts here. The last time Qinghu Island came here, a law-enforcing elder died. Now another one died. Lead the way. Please lead the way. We will show the way. Qinghu Island will not lead the way. 2 times, 2 elders had died. Guyong's heart ached. However, he didn't know, in this group of people, there was one person who had discovered the demonic beast. If that person had told them, they wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, only a true Dan innate expert died. With the strength of that demonic beast, if it attacked a person with a large number of tentacles, it could definitely kill a Golden Dan innate expert. Tung Qingshan had no pity for the men of Qinghu Island. It would be best if Guyong, the Island Lord, and the other Golden Dan innate experts all died. That would be good. You will show the way, and we will lead the way. The innate experts of the various sects all looked at the men of Qinghu Island. Guyong, the men of Qinghu Island are most familiar with this place. The king of beasts Wu Ho said in a deep voice, "How do we know if you will purposely show us a dangerous path and send us to a dangerous place? Let's each take a step back." Guyong said in a deep voice, "The men of Qinghu Island will mix with your men." The experts of the various sects looked at each other. Everyone understood that they still needed the men of Qinghu Island to lead the way, so they couldn't force them too much. All right, everyone agreed. Along the way, the 60 innate experts were a terrifying force. They barged their way until they arrived at the gate of the Heavenly Flood Palace. Many experts stared at the azure stone tablet, which had 4 words written on it: Heavenly Flood Palace. This Heavenly Flood Palace has a circumference of at least 10 li. Guyong said, "We only had a rough look last time. We don't know the real size of the Heavenly Flood Palace." Phew! Only Emperor Yu and the Heavenly Emperor of Qin Mountains could build such a huge palace underwater. Many innate experts exclaimed, "Yes, Emperor Yu's treasure must be inside." Many experts were certain of this. Ting Qingshan glanced at Guyong and thought to himself, "I wonder if Guyong told them about the golden dragon turtle. If we enter the Heavenly Flood Palace rashly, we will be easily attacked by the golden dragon turtle." With the strength of the golden dragon turtle, even the golden Dan innate experts can't defend against it. Gu Island Lord, lead the way. Many innate experts looked at Guyong and his men. Humph! Guyong's face darkened. "Everyone, when we entered the Heavenly Flood Palace last time, we encountered a demonic beast. We realized that there were many demonic beasts in the palace. Therefore, we temporarily retreated. Even so, we still lost an elder. It's too difficult to get Emperor Yu's treasure in the Heavenly Flood Palace. As for the Heavenly Flood Palace, we only know that Emperor Yu's treasure is inside. As for where it is, we don't know. We don't know the way, so naturally, we can't lead the way. It seems that Guyong has to hide the existence of the golden dragon turtle." Tung Qingshan sneered. Unfortunately, besides the men of Qinghu Island, Tung Qingshan was also very familiar with this matter. Chapter 2:15. In the depths of the pitch-black, gloomy underground lake, 60 lanterns emitting faint halos were floating. In front of them was the Heavenly Flood Palace, which had sunk into the bottom of the lake. The men of Qinghu Island refused to lead the way no matter what. At this time, the other parties also had their own ideas. Previously, when Qinghu Island led the way to Emperor Yu's palace, the 49 innate experts had the same idea. However, when the Heavenly Flood Palace appeared in front of him, he remembered that Emperor Yu's treasure was in the palace. Everyone began to think about it. "Brother Qinwolf, we have to separate from those big sects later. Otherwise, even if they found Emperor Yu's treasure together, with the strength of those large sects, we definitely won't have a share. If we split up, we might be able to find it first and leave after we get it." The white-robed young man, Lu Xiao, said to Tung Qingshan in a low voice. Tung Qingshan nodded lightly. At the same time, Tung Qingshan also discovered that the surrounding sects were all whispering to each other. It was just that their conversations were very close to each other, and their voices were very low. Tung Qingshan could not hear clearly either. In the Great Yin Mountain, these innate experts could still unite. But when we reached the Heavenly Flood Palace, Tung Qingshan shook his head and thought to himself, "When we find Emperor Yu's treasure, we will probably have to fight. However, I don't know if there's any way to deal with that golden dragon turtle with so many people." "Ha! Island Lord Gu." The King of Beasts Wu Ho laughed heartily and said, "You guys have entered the Heavenly Flood Palace once. I wonder what dangers there are." Regardless of what they were planning, the other people were all looking at Guyong of Qinghu Island. It was much better to know the dangers of the Heavenly Flood Palace in advance. Guyong's gaze swept across the crowd. "I've said before that there are many demonic beasts in the Heavenly Flood Palace. Moreover, some of the demonic beasts were very strong. Therefore, Qinghu Island has suffered losses. Moreover, we encountered demonic beasts as soon as we entered the Heavenly Flood Palace. As for the depths of the Heavenly Flood Palace, we don't know. However, according to the map, the Heavenly Flood Palace is the location of Emperor Yu's treasure," Guyong said. "Who wouldn't have guessed it after seeing the Heavenly Flood Palace?" The leader of the 9 black-clothed law enforcers of the Ying family, Ying Haojiang, looked towards the Heavenly Flood Palace. Besides the Heavenly Emperor of the Qin Mountains, there are only Emperor Yu, martial ancestor Shiga, Li Tai-bai, and a few others. Even if this palace isn't Emperor Yu's palace, it must be the other 3 palaces. Everyone was very clear. Regardless of who it was that built such a huge palace, it was definitely worth exploring. If you don't want to go in, we'll be leaving first, Ing Haojiang said coldly. Immediately after, the 9 black-clothed law enforcers of the Ing family walked towards the entrance of the palace. A distance of 100 feet, 100 feet, 8 feet. The courageous are stuffed to death, and the timid are starved to death. Let's follow them. The 6 people from Hongtian City followed them. Whoever entered first to seize Emperor Yu's treasure would have the advantage. Of course, the risk of entering first was also greater. Fortune and misfortune coexist. Island Lord, Zhao Danshan looked at Gu Yong. Gu Yong also frowned and said, "Why hasn't the golden dragon turtle appeared yet?" That's right. This palace occupies an area of at least a dozen li. The golden dragon turtle is probably somewhere else in the palace and wants to rush to the entrance of the palace. It will take some time. Oh no, I'll let this group of people leave first. Tung Qingshan watched this scene silently. Roar! Suddenly, a roar that could shake one's soul came from the pitch-black heavenly flood palace. The roar was so deep that it made people's hearts tremble. The heavenly flood palace was completely pitch black. In addition to the reverence they had for Emperor Yu, the sudden roar frightened the many innate experts. Retreat! With a roar, the 9 black-clothed law enforcers of the Ying family moved forward slowly, but when they retreated rapidly like 9 sharp arrows. The 6 innate experts of Hongtian City also retreated rapidly. In an instant, they were over 10 zhang away from the entrance of the palace. Buzz! The originally pitch-black entrance of the heavenly flood palace suddenly emitted rays of golden light. The light could be clearly seen within a radius of 20 zhang from the entrance of the palace. The 60 innate experts watched this scene with vigilance. So magical. Lu Xiao, who was beside Tung Qingshan, praised. Although it was the second time for Tung Qingshan to see this scene, he still exclaimed in his heart, "This underground palace hasn't been damaged for thousands of years, and the entrance of the palace can still emit golden light. Emperor Yu's methods are truly unimaginable." At this moment, at the entrance of the enormous palace, the golden dragon turtle, about 3 zhang long, 5 meters, appeared. The patterns on the turtle shell were modeled, and the head of the dragon turtle was like that of a flood dragon. The crisscross sharp teeth in its mouth were like saws, and its pair of glowing green eyes became extremely cold when it noticed the group of people of Qinghu Island. Obviously, it was angry that the people of Qinghu Island still dared to come after receiving a warning last time. Roar! The golden dragon turtle roared deeply. Golden dragon turtle! The 60 innate experts, who were over 10 zhang away from the entrance of the palace, cried out in surprise. Many people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Why is there a golden dragon turtle here? If he's here, how can we get in? This group of human experts could be considered to be at the peak of the land of the 9 prefectures. In the entire land of the 9 prefectures, the only people who were more powerful than them were the Emptiness Realm experts. They could be counted on one's fingers. This group of human experts had an astonishing influence in the land of the 9 prefectures. However, they were dumbfounded when they saw the golden dragon turtle. Even if they saw a demonic beast the size of a small mountain, this group of human experts would not be so frightened. It's a pity that the golden dragon turtle came out early. When Gu Yong saw this scene, he thought to himself, if we wait for the 9 people of the Ying family to enter and the golden dragon turtle suddenly comes out, there are 9 of them. At least a few of them will die, especially that Ing Haojiang. It's best if he gets smacked in a mush by the golden dragon turtle's claw. The human experts all had their own thoughts. Gu Yong, there's a golden dragon turtle, yet you didn't say anything. What are you thinking? The 9 black-robed law enforcers of the Ying family were furious. The last time we came, we didn't encounter a golden dragon turtle. He reckoned that there was only one Emptiness Realm demonic beast in this palace. What a coincidence for you to run into each other at the very beginning. Your luck is pretty good. If you ran into it inside, you wouldn't even have time to escape. Gu Yong said with a smile. The long-browed old monk of the Mani temple said loudly, "Everyone, let's not talk about this. Now, the golden dragon turtle is blocking the entrance of the palace. How can we go in?" Dragon turtle. It is already transformed into a golden color. It is extremely strong, and its shell is indestructible. No matter how we attack it, we probably won't be able to hurt the golden dragon turtle. Even an emptiness realm expert would have a headache when facing the golden dragon turtle. Why are you talking about this? Who has a solution? The innate experts were slightly anxious. After the golden dragon turtle roared twice, it lay down. Its huge body lay at the entrance of the palace and narrowed its eyes. Occasionally, a green light would shoot out from its eyelids and sweep across the insignificant group of human experts. "Let me try." A deep and resounding voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw the disheveled king of beasts, Wu Ho, walking towards the entrance of the palace. The group of people immediately looked at the king of beasts, Wu Ho. Tung Shan was slightly surprised as well. This Wu Ho is ranked first in the heavenly ranking. However, no matter how powerful he is only a Golden Dan innate expert. How can he defeat the Golden Dragon Turtle? However, Tung Shan also understood that the person ranked first in the heavenly ranking was probably very close to an emptiness realm expert. For example, the person ranked first in the earthly ranking and the person ranked last in the earthly ranking could have an explosive attack of 100,000 gene. As for the person ranked top 10 in the earthly ranking, for example, the power of Thunder God Saber Wu Yu Saber was much stronger than the person ranked last in the earthly ranking, Blood Moon Saber Meng Tian. As for the person ranked first in the earthly ranking, his attack was probably not much weaker than an Emptiness Dan innate expert. Similarly, the person ranked first in the heavenly ranking could fight against a few Golden Dan innate experts at the same time. Even if this Wu Ho was not as strong as an Emptiness Realm expert, he was probably very close to an Emptiness Realm expert. Wu Ho stopped about 70 to 80 zhang away from the entrance of the palace. Roar! Wu Ho let out a soft roar. The Golden Dragon Turtle's originally squinted eyes couldn't help but open and stared at Wu Ho with a pair of green eyes. Roar! Ho! Wu Ho let out another roar. Roar! The Golden Dragon Turtle actually let out a roar as well. Immediately, a human and a demonic beast started roaring at each other softly. The other 59 innate experts were all dumbfounded. Wow, the rumors are true. The King of Beasts, Wu Ho, can really communicate with a demon. The white-cloaked Lu Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Tung Shan was also dumbfounded. There really were all kinds of people who could actually communicate with a demon. In the eyes of humans, those roars might only have slight changes in the pronunciation and the length of the roars. As for other things, no one could tell the difference. However, the King of Beasts, Wu Ho, and the Golden Dragon Turtle were communicating like this. Perhaps we really have a chance to enter. The innate experts present were all filled with hope. In front of the Golden Dragon Turtle, they couldn't use force. Using a soft approach might be more effective. At the bottom of the lake, in the Heavenly Flood Palace, one was inside the palace gate while the other was outside the palace gate. A human and a demonic beast were communicating like this. The other 59 innate experts couldn't understand at all and could only wait dumbly. Roar! Wu Ho let out a deep roar. The Golden Dragon Turtle that was originally lying down actually stood up and raised its head to let out a roar. What's going on? The others couldn't understand, but they all felt that something was wrong. The King of Beasts, Wu Ho, roared a few more times. This time, the Golden Dragon Turtle didn't roar. Instead, boom, a ball of air shot out from its mouth. The King of Beasts, Wu Ho, blocked it with his right arm. The ball of air hit Wu Ho's right arm, and Wu Ho's entire body was thrown 10 zhang backward, landing right in the middle of the crowd. Brother Wu Ho, how is it? All of them looked at the King of Beasts, Wu Ho. Even if I don't say it, everyone should have guessed it. The King of Beasts, Wu Ho, shook his head and said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. I said so much, but this old dragon turtle just won't let us in. However, there's good news. This is the location of Emperor Yu's treasure. Moreover, this old dragon turtle followed Emperor Yu's order and guarded this place. Chapter 2:16. Following Emperor Yu's order and guarding here, the many innate experts couldn't believe it. Just how many years has this old dragon turtle lived for? The lifespan of humans was limited. The lifespan of an innate expert was 200 years, and the lifespan of an emptiness realm expert was 500 years. They were at the level of the legendary Emperor Yu and the celestial emperor of the Qin Mountains. Although the books did not record how long they could live, it was obvious that none of them had lived to this day. No matter how powerful they all disappeared in the river of time. As one of the four omnipotent experts, Emperor Yu, the dragon turtle, was from the same era as Emperor Yu. The land of the 9 prefectures had already experienced the era of Emperor Yu and the other 3 omnipotent experts. Until now, no omnipotent expert had been born for almost 2,000 years. However, this dragon turtle was still alive. At least, it had lived longer than the 4 omnipotent experts combined. Although none of the demonic beasts could reach the level of Emperor Yu, their lifespan is something the humans can't compare with. The human expert side. God is fair. Tung Qingshan's side. Demonic beasts couldn't be the masters of the land of the 9 prefectures like humans. However, their lifespan was enough to make many humans envious. Everyone, let's think about how to enter the Heavenly Flood Palace. Gu Yong, the island lord of Qinghu Island, said, "This old dragon turtle is blocking the entrance of the palace. How can we enter?" There are 2 ways to enter. The one who spoke was the king of beasts, Wu Ho. The innate experts all looked at Wu Ho. Tung Qingshan was also surprised. Wu Ho still had a way? As far as I know, Wu Ho smiled and said, "Speed is the weakness of demonic beasts like the dragon turtle. Brother Wu Ho, this isn't an azure dragon turtle that is several zhang long. It's a golden dragon turtle that is comparable to an emptiness realm expert. It's much smaller, but its speed has also become faster." Wu Ma of Hong Tian City said. Wu Ho smiled confidently and said, "I know. Its speed is much faster than the azure dragon turtle. However, the azure dragon turtle is too slow. Even if its speed increases, it won't be shocking. Plus, no matter what kind of demonic beast it is, it can't be extremely powerful. This golden dragon turtle has great strength and invincible defense. This means that even if its speed increases, it won't be shocking." Wu Ho appeared very confident. Everyone present nodded to themselves. Indeed, no demonic beast was perfect in every aspect. The first option is to enter the Heavenly Flood Palace at a speed faster than the golden dragon turtle, as long as you're faster than it. So what if it's powerful? It can't catch up to you, Wu Ho said with a smile. Of course, although the golden dragon turtle's speed isn't at its maximum, it's still very fast. But it wouldn't be too slow. I estimate that it should be comparable to an ordinary golden Dan innate expert, Wu Ho said. Everyone was stunned. The first option was to charge in with speed. The gate of the Heavenly Flood Palace is 300 zhang wide. The dragon turtle was only 30 feet long and was as big as the palace gate. As long as you're fast, you can definitely enter, Wu Ho said with a smile. However, it's also dangerous to force your way through. No one knows what's inside the Heavenly Flood Palace. What's the second option? Everyone looked at Wu Ho. Most of the experts present probably wouldn't be able to enter through the first path. Wu Ho pointed at the Heavenly Flood Palace and said, "Look at the walls and roof of this palace. I don't believe that even the walls and roof of a palace with a circumference of several dozen li could be that hard." The second option is to choose one of the walls or the roof of the palace and blast a hole. Then enter the Heavenly Flood Palace through the hole. Everyone present frowned. Tung Qingshan was also hesitant. He had seen the material of the walls of the Heavenly Flood Palace before. He thought, "I'm afraid it's not easy to blast through the walls and roof of the palace. There's so many demonic beasts at the bottom of the lake. If the demonic beasts fought, it would easily affect the palace. However, the walls of the Heavenly Flood Palace don't have a scratch. All right, everyone, you can choose between the two options." The King of Beasts, Wu Ho, smiled and walked towards the palace gate again. Roar! Wu-ho roared at the golden dragon turtle again. The golden dragon turtle stared at Wu-ho. Phew! When Wu-ho neared the palace gate, his speed suddenly increased. He streaked across the palace gate like a jet-black flowing light. After entering the heavenly flood palace, his speed actually increased again. Roar! The golden dragon turtle roared angrily and dashed towards Wu-ho. Ha! There's actually no water in the heavenly flood palace. A loud laughter came from inside the palace, while Wu-ho himself disappeared from everyone's sight. What a fast speed! Tung Qing-shan sighed inwardly. The first of the heavenly ranking is indeed impressive. To be able to sit on the first position of the heavenly ranking for over 30 years, one must have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Dan innate realm in terms of speed, attacking methods, and defense. Tung Qing-shan judged with one glance. This Wu-ho's speed is much faster than mine. The golden dragon turtle is much slower than him. Wu-ho went in. Many people from the Supreme Sex began to feel anxious. Immediately, the Supreme Sex began to discuss, while Tung Qing-shan's attention fell on Qinghu Island. Island Lord, Qinghu Island can't lose too many people in the Heavenly Flood Palace. Zhao Danshan said softly, Island Lord, you are still young, but your potential is much greater than mine. Wait outside for the news. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao is right. The gray-haired Yuan Lufeng said, Among the 11 of us, there are 5 Golden Dan innate realm experts. We should choose the older ones to enter the Heavenly Flood Palace. If Qinghu Island lost too many people, it would be disadvantageous for the future of Qinghu Island. Guyong thought for a while and nodded. All right. Soon, the candidates were decided. Among the 11 people, Island Lord Guyong, his martial sister, 2 Golden Dan innate realm experts, 1 true Dan innate realm expert, and the only emptiness Dan innate realm expert stayed. As for the others, Zhao Danshun, Yuan Lufeng, and Elder Hu, the 3 Golden Dan innate realm experts, led 4 true Dan innate realm experts and prepared to enter the Heavenly Flood Palace. After all, among the 5 Golden Dan innate realm experts, Zhao Danshin and Yuan Lufeng were the oldest. Although Elder Hu was slightly younger, he was still over 100 years old. Guyong was only over 50 years old, and his martial sister was 2 years younger than him. These 2 people were already Golden Dan innate realm experts. It could be said that among the experts of Qinghu Island, they had the highest chance of reaching the emptiness realm. Martial Brother Yuan, you lead the others and follow the second path. With my speed, I can rush in alone. Zhao Danshun said. At this moment, the experts of the various sects all made their choice. 3 experts rushed into the Heavenly Flood Palace. They were the king of beasts Wu-ho, Zhao Danshun, and the long-browed old monk of the Mani Temple. The others didn't choose this path. After all, it was very difficult to surpass the Golden Dragon Turtle. This Golden Dragon Turtle can't catch up with Wu-ho, Zhao Danshun, and Elder Hu, so it actually stopped chasing them and is still blocking the entrance. Seeing that the Golden Dragon Turtle wasn't anxious at all, Tung Qing-shan couldn't help but guess. It's very possible that there are other dangers in the Heavenly Flood Palace besides the Golden Dragon Turtle. At this moment, a great number of innate experts left the entrance of the palace. The men of Qinghu Island actually split up. Tung Qing-shan also noticed that Guyong and the other 3 stayed where they were while Zhao Danshin rushed in. As for Yuan Lufeng and the other 5 innate experts, they followed the large group and rushed towards the other places of the Heavenly Flood Palace. It seems like they don't dare to let everyone go in. It's a pity. If they don't go in, it will be difficult for me to kill Guyong with my strength. Tung Qing-shan didn't hesitate and followed the large group. The 6 men, led by Yuan Lufeng, are all elites. 2 Golden Dan innate experts and 4 true Dan innate experts. If I can kill all of them, it will be a blow to Qinghu Island. Other than Guyong and the other 3, the other 50-plus people followed the second method. After all, since they chose to come to the Great Yin Mountain, they were all prepared. At the bottom of the Dark Lake, The 50-plus lanterns swam all the way until they were about 2 li away from the palace entrance. Everyone, this wall should be harder than the top. Let's break through the top and enter. Everyone agreed. Everyone arrived at the top of the heavenly flood palace that seemed to have no end. They chose a spot and stopped. Chi. Ing Haojiang waved his hand, and an icy blue innate true origin bombarded the top. The mud and water plants on the top were all blasted away, revealing the top made of azure green material. The innate true origin didn't even leave a mark. The 50-plus innate experts couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I have never seen this azure green material before. They all realized that it wouldn't be easy to break through the top. Let me do it. A deep voice sounded. The skinny honorable of the shooting sun god mountain, who was wearing scale armor, took the godly bow from his back and pulled it into a full moon shape. Sky blue innate true origin emanated from his left hand and spread along the bow. The innate true origin then condensed into a sky blue ball of light on the index finger of his right hand. Tung Shan was slightly surprised. This expert of the shooting sun god mountain didn't use an arrow. Release. The ball of light shot diagonally towards the top of the heavenly flood palace. Bang! The top shook violently. The people standing on the top could feel the violent shaking under their feet. Everyone looked carefully and saw a hole the size of a human head appear on the top of the azure green material. At the same time, the bottom of the hole was penetrated. The honorable of the shooting sun god mountain frowned and said in a hoarse voice, "The hardness of the top of the heavenly flood palace is comparable to dark steel. However, the thickness of the top is only about 1 chi. Everyone look. The hole is shrinking." Everyone was shocked to find that the hole, which was the size of a human head, was shrinking continuously. In the time it took to say 2 words, it had become the size of a fist. Automatic recovery? Tung Shan finally understood why the heavenly flood palace didn't have any scars after such a long time. According to the arrow I shot just now, if we want to blast a hole big enough for 1 person to enter, 3 Golden Dan innate experts would be needed. It would probably take 3 Golden Dan innate experts to attack the top at the same time. The skinny man continued. Of course, if all the Golden Dan innate experts attack the top at the same time, we would be able to blast a hole big enough for 4 to 5 people to enter at the same time. Everyone had just witnessed the hardness of the top. All right, Ing Haojiang of the Ing family said coldly. With the hole as the center, all the Golden Dan innate experts will attack that place together in an area of 1 zhang. As he spoke, he raised the black long spear in his hand. Immediately, the Golden Dan innate experts and even 3 of the monks of the Mani Temple walked out. A total of 12 people gathered together. Attack! Ing Haojiang ordered. 2 chapters finished. Why did Emperor you have such skills? Let's shout for the monthly votes. Now that the monthly votes are ranked 4th, Tomato has more than 10,000 subscriptions in 24 hours, but the monthly votes are pitifully few. I hope the brothers who subscribe will support Tomato's monthly vote. Let Tomato be more motivated and shout, "Come, monthly votes." Chapter 217. The colorful innate true origin appeared cold in the pitch-black lake water. It appeared on the weapons and attacked the roof of the heavenly flood palace together. The human experts who had not reached the Golden Dan innate realm were watching from the side. Tung Shan noticed the 3 Mani Temple monks and thought to himself, the experts of the Buddhist sect are special indeed. Their purple-red iron rods have a faint golden glow. Rumble, the roof of the palace shook violently, and a faint green glow flowed along the edge of the hole. The hole created by the 12 super experts was about 1.5 zhang wide. Everyone, the hole is shrinking. Let's go in quickly. As soon as Ing Haojiang finished speaking, the 12 super experts surrounding the hole were the first to jump down. Quick, the hole is shrinking, the innate experts said as they jumped down at the same time. Of course, Tung Shan followed the crowd and quickly jumped into the hole at the top. When Tung Shan jumped, the hole had already shrunk to only 1 zhang wide. As soon as his feet landed, Tung Qingshan immediately dodged to the side. The person who jumped behind him landed at his previous position. It's pitch black. Tung Qingshan looked around and realized that the walls on both sides were made of green material. Everyone was in an alley, and there was a fork in front of them. However, no matter the walls or the floor, they were all made of green material. Why does this place look like a snowy alley in a CS game in my previous life? As a top assassin, it was necessary to know some basic knowledge of the society and even some social etiquette. This was a must for disguise. As CS was a popular game when Tung Qingshan was alive, he had played it a few times and had a general understanding of the game. The Heavenly Flood Palace was pitch black. Others might not be able to see it clearly. However, Tung Qingshan had the power of the night, so he could see it clearly. The floor was green, the walls were green, the roof was green, and the alley was straight. This was a completely sealed environment. Here, there was no point of reference to determine the direction. No matter how good an inborn expert's sense of direction is, he wouldn't be able to tell north, south, east, and west after making a few turns here and there. These thoughts instantly appeared in Tung Qingshan's mind. However, from the moment Tung Qingshan landed until now, only 2 breaths of time had passed. Obviously, Tung Qingshan's thinking speed was very fast. Everyone's coming down. Tung Qingshan raised his head and looked up. The hole had shrunk to only 3 feet wide. In one of the pitch-black alleys in the Heavenly Flood Palace, a total of 53 human experts gathered here. There is no water in this Heavenly Flood Palace. An expert from the shooting sun god mountain exclaimed. Senior brother, what's so strange about that? When the king of beasts Wuho rushed into the Heavenly Flood Palace, didn't he say that there was no water in the Heavenly Flood Palace? Of course I remember. But junior brother, the strangest thing is, why didn't the water flow down the hole we just created? Originally, because the Heavenly Flood Palace was pitch black, everyone was vigilant, fearing that there might be demonic beasts. None of them noticed this. There was a hole, but why didn't the water flow down? It's true. Tung Qingshan raised his head and looked. At this moment, the hole was only the size of a watermelon. A faint azure glow flowed, but no water flowed down. Tung Qingshan took a deep breath. Such fresh air. Tung Qingshan felt even more strange. The palace gate of the Heavenly Flood Palace was obviously wide open, and the hole was created, but no water came in. Secondly, the huge palace was underwater and completely sealed. But why? Was the air so fresh? Tung Qingshan frowned as he looked around. All of this was indeed very strange. This is Emperor Yu's method. Ing Haojiang scanned the surroundings and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Now, the most important thing is to find Emperor Yu's treasure, get it, and leave this place. Third brother, you guys spread out and see what's going on." Okay. The 6 black-cloaked, law-enforcing elders of the Ing family spread out. Each of them relied on the glow of the innate true origin to barely see 10 zhang away. There was no water in the Heavenly Flood Palace, so everyone could see further. If they were in the lake, they could only see a few zhang away. Martial brothers, you guys go check the surroundings. The people of Xiaoyao Palace also began to spread out. Martial nephews, you go check the surroundings. Qinghu Island's Yuan Lufeng, who had white hair on his temples, ordered. Immediately, the 4 true Dan innate experts spread out to explore the surroundings. The other forces didn't run around in a hurry, but carefully explored the surroundings. Brother Qin Lang, let's go take a look. The white-cloaked young man, Lu Xiao, couldn't help but want to explore as well. Okay, Tung Qingshan immediately moved forward. This alley was perfectly straight, and there was a crossroad 20 zhang ahead. If he continued forward, it would be a dead end. Tung Qingshan didn't need to walk to see that there was a sealed wall 30 zhang ahead. It was a dead end. Standing at the crossroad, Tung Qingshan looked around. It was still the same dark green wall. There was also a crossroad on the left side, and if he continued forward, it would be a dead end. On the right side, there were 4 crossroads. If he continued forward, it would also be a dead end. A maze. Tung Qingshan guessed it with just one glance. If I'm not wrong, The entire Heavenly Flood Palace is probably a maze of this type. The alleys are all 3 zhang wide. Some are dead ends, and some have crossroads. The walls, floor, and ceiling are all dark green. Tung Qing Shan gasped. This kind of maze was very troublesome. Normally, there was only one way out, and the others were all dead ends. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. In his previous life, Tung Qing Shan only practiced this kind of maze training when he was resting. This Heavenly Flood Palace has a circumference of at least 10 li. Normally, there's an alley 20 zhang wide. If I calculate it this way, there are at least 10,000 alleys. And this doesn't include the small alleys. Tung Qing Shan instantly calculated a rough number, and his facial expression changed slightly. Even with his memory and special training, he still couldn't figure it out. If he didn't have a map, he would have to rely on the method of elimination to record the routes one by one to find a way out. He would have starved to death in such a long time. If we start from the entrance, let me eliminate and find the only way. Then we might be able to find it in 10 days to half a month. Because the alley at the entrance of the palace must be the right one. But now that we are in the maze, it's troublesome. Tung Qing Shan looked back and saw that Qinghu Island's Yuan Lufeng and Elder who were still at the gathering place. If they want to escape, they can't escape so quickly and attract other people's attention. Tung Qing Shan ran to the next crossroad and observed. As expected, no matter where it was this kind of alley. Go back. Tung Qing Shan quickly returned to the original alley. At this moment, Yuan Lufeng and Elder who were still there. Tung Qing Shan could hear the heated discussion from afar. It's the same everywhere. It's pitch black, and some of the alleys are dead ends. It's a maze. I don't even know which path to take. Just now, I only took 2 forks. I just turned around and looked around, and I lost my way. If he hadn't heard the voices of a group of people, he wouldn't have come here. I'm afraid I won't be able to find this place. The walls of this maze are all the same. It's very easy to get lost. Some of the inborn experts had explored the area and were shocked by the road conditions. I can see very far with my eyes, and I have a knack for this kind of maze. However, in a year and a half, I might not be able to find the true path. Them? My eyes can't see far. Tung Qing Shan pondered. Emperor, you must have left a map for this kind of maze. Tung Qing Shan glanced at the group of men from Qinghu Island. Tung Qing Shan sneered and walked towards the crowd. Previously, when Yuan Lufeng and Elder who ordered the 4 true Dan and Nate experts to explore, they also secretly instructed, after you guys go explore, we will gather together. Don't come here, but go to the forked road on the left. We will meet there. The experts of the other sects thought that the men of Qinghu Island were exploring. In fact, they were secretly moving. The 4 true Dan and Nate experts moved to the forked road on the left. As for Yuan Lufeng and Elder they were observing the situation and looking for a chance to move. Yuan Lufeng and Elder who were already standing quite far away from the crowd, at least 7 or 8 zhang away from them. Only a few people were paying attention to them. Go! Yuan Lufeng and Elder who withdrew their innate true origin at almost the same time, and their bodies instantly turned pitch black. Phew! Phew! The 2 quickly fled to the left. In the pitch black environment, no innate true origin appeared on the surface of their bodies, so other people couldn't see them. Moreover, the 2 remembered the route ahead. Although they couldn't see, they could still rush to the meeting point. The 2 of you from Qinghu Island, where are you going? A loud and clear voice resounded in the passageway of the palace. They ran away. The men of Qinghu Island ran away. The innate experts covered their bodies with halos and ran in all directions. Within the time of a breath, 3 innate experts, including Tung Qing Shan, ran to the forked road on the left. The others were blind. The large group of people scattered and ran to the forked roads. Tung Qing Shan saw them from afar. At this moment, the 6 men of Qinghu Island were still in the passageway. They are here. A shout sounded. A group of innate experts quickly gathered. Tung Qing Shan looked indifferently at the 6 men of Qinghu Island in the passageway. The faces of the 6 men were filled with fear and anger. They didn't know the route ahead. If they didn't cover their bodies with halos, they would run like blind people and would easily bump into walls. If they covered their bodies with halos, they would be easily discovered by others. How could they react so fast? Yuan Lu Feng and the others couldn't believe it. Why are they running? It's as hard as ascending to heaven to get out of this maze. There must be a map of the maze. Discussion sounded. Hearing this, Ting Qingshan couldn't help but smile. Chapter 218. In the Heavenly Flood Palace, at a fork in the maze. 47 innate experts gathered here, staring at the 6 men of Qinghu Island. Trouble. Yuan Lu Feng was worried. Actually, before they came in, the men of Qinghu Island already knew that this Heavenly Flood Palace was a maze. This was because Emperor Yu's treasure map contained a map of the maze. Therefore, before Yuan Lu Feng and the others came in, they discussed a solution. They knew clearly, in the pitch-black Heavenly Flood Palace, when the innate experts entered, the first thing they did was to explore the surroundings. Once they finished exploring, they would definitely find out that this was a maze. Then, they would quickly guess that there must be a map of the maze. If that happened, the innate experts would definitely surround them. Therefore, Yuan Lu Feng and the others pretended to explore the surroundings, but they were actually moving to another gathering point. Because many innate experts were paying attention to them, Yuan Lu Feng, an elder who stayed behind to confuse the others. They were waiting for the others to be shocked by the maze and not pay attention to them. Then they would sneak away. As long as the innate experts reacted 2 or 3 times slower, then the men of Qinghu Island would have enough time to sneak away. After all, in the pitch-black environment, as long as they hid slightly further away, they would not be found in this maze. Unfortunately, they were seen by someone just as they were escaping. They were not given any time to escape. Yuan Lu Feng, why do the men of Qinghu Island want to sneak away? Standing in front of a large group of innate experts was Ying Haojiang of the Ying family. Ying Haojiang's cold eyes stared at the 6 men of Qinghu Island through the golden mask. Without exploring, we wouldn't have known that this is a maze. Now, everyone should understand. Qinghu Island, please hand over the map of the maze. A fat monk of Mani Temple said in a deep voice. Yuan Lu Feng, hand over the map of the maze. The elegant middle-aged man wearing a purple cloak from Xiao Yao Palace sneered. Everyone knows how hard the roof of this Heavenly Flood Palace is. If a Golden Dan innate expert was alone, he probably wouldn't be able to blast a hole big enough for one person to escape. Without the map, once we split up, we would probably starve to death in this maze. Indeed, Ting Qingshan, once a person was alone in the Heavenly Flood Palace, he would be trapped in the maze. They would indeed starve to death. If he was unlucky enough to encounter a powerful demonic beast, he might even lose his life. Do you want us to die? Lu Xiao was anxious. Ting Qingshan also shouted, People of Qinghu Island, don't push us too far. Without the map of the labyrinth, the only fate awaiting them was death by starvation. If you push him too far, humph. That's right. If you push him too far, humph. A murderous glint flashed across the eyes of the strong man from Hongtian City. Many inborn experts were closing in and pressuring him. The men of Qinghu Island retreated slowly. They didn't dare to retreat as they were afraid that they would be surrounded and killed by many experts, especially the experts of the shooting Sun God Mountain, who could attack from afar. It would be difficult for them to escape. Mei's map. Yuan Liufeng's cold gaze swept across the group of innate experts. Qinghu Island doesn't have a map of the maze. We only found out that Emperor Yu's treasure was in the Heavenly Flood Palace. I think this maze is a difficult problem that Emperor Yu left for those who want to get the treasure. It's impossible for Emperor Yu to simply give us Emperor Yu's treasure. Still quibbling, Ying Haojiang shouted angrily. Elder Yuan's words make sense. Ting Qingshan said. Many innate experts frowned and looked at Ting Qingshan. Everyone had a good impression of this innate expert named Qin Lang, because Qin Lang had found the entrance of the bottomless pit. But now, His words made many people unhappy. Tung Ching Shan continued, Elder Yuan, I believe what you said. However, the others might not. I think Elder Yuan should let the others search you to see if you have the map of the maze. I believe that the map of the maze with a radius of more than 10 li must have been recorded on paper. It's impossible to memorize it with your brains alone. Let's have everyone search for it. If you can't find it, I believe that everyone here will apologize to Elder Yuan. Many experts of the Ying family, Mani Temple, and Shooting Sun God Mountain laughed. Yuan Lufeng, since you said so, you can let us search, Ying Haojiang said. We will know if it's real or fake. The innate experts said as they stared at the men of Qinghu Island. The 6 men of Qinghu Island looked at each other and exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with determination. Yuan Liufeng's voice suddenly became loud. You want to search? No one has ever dared to search me, Yuan Lufeng. We said there's no map, so there's no map. As for searching, we are the law-enforcing elders of Qinghu Island. It's not your turn to search us, Elder Hu said coldly. The 6 enforcement elders appeared to be very decisive. Everyone here, these 6 men of Qinghu Island are seeking death, Ying Haojiang said. Yuan Lufeng, if you continue to resist, prepare to die. The 5 men of Shooting Sun God Mountain took out their godly bows at the same time. If you continue to resist, die. The men of Xiao Yao Palace were cold and emotionless. Yuan Lufeng, it's not too late to regret. The 11 arhats of Mani Temple raised their purple-red iron rods. The innate experts were ready to attack. Without hesitation, if you continue to resist, you will be killed. Even the men of Qinghu Island would be killed without hesitation. After all, the men here represented the 6 supreme sects of the land of the 9 prefectures. And even a Mani Temple, even if these people were killed, Qinghu Island wouldn't know. Even if they knew the truth, Qinghu Island wouldn't know. They wouldn't dare to take revenge. Qinghu Island dared to challenge the Mani Temple, the Ying family, and the other sects. They were seeking death. Yuan Lufeng humphed and waved his right hand behind him. Phew, phew, phew. The other 5 men of Qinghu Island gritted their teeth and withdrew their innate true origin. Almost at the same time, they fled far away. Kill! Ying Haojiang shouted. Kill! The leader of the Shooting Sun God Mountain shouted. Kill! 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 Almost at the same time, a series of shouts sounded. The Golden Dan innate experts instantly dashed out. The fastest were the 5 honorables of the Shooting Sun God Mountain. Phew! 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 5 dark red arrows shot towards the 5 men of Qinghu Island at a terrifying speed. Phew! Tung Ching Shan instantly performed the 2nd level of Crossing Worlds. The strength of his body exploded as he shot out like a sharp arrow. That elder who is so powerful. Tung Ching Shan could clearly see that out of the 5 arrows shot by the Shooting Sun God Mountain, 4 were actually intercepted by Elder who was running at the back. The only arrow pierced through the back of an innate expert of Qinghu Island. The speed of the arrow was so fast that the true Dan innate expert couldn't block it in time. The instant the arrow pierced through the back of the true Dan innate expert, there was an explosion. With a bang, a huge hole appeared on the back of the true Dan innate expert. 1 man of Qinghu Island died. The arrow that elder who didn't intercept should have been shot by a Golden Dan innate expert. Tung Ching Shan's speed was extremely fast as he chased after the innate expert who was running in front. Kill them. Almost instantly, the 3 Golden Dan innate experts, led by Ying Haojiang, surrounded Yuan Lufeng, who was running at the back. The reason why Yuan Lufeng was at the back was actually to obstruct the enemies. If he didn't stop the true Dan innate experts, he would stop the Golden Dan innate experts. Unfortunately, Yuan Liufeng's strength was limited. He couldn't do anything as he was entangled by the 3 Golden Dan innate experts. On the side of the major sects, there were still many experts. So many Golden Dan innate experts. This is bad. Elder who saw that the situation was bad, and his speed suddenly increased. Elder who was behind the 3 true Dan innate experts, quickly overtook them and ran to the front. Run quickly, scatter and run. In foggy weather, when the visibility was limited, the cars had to drive slowly. If they were fast, accidents would happen. It was the same for these innate experts. The glow of the innate true origin on the surface of their bodies could only illuminate an area of about 10 zhang. With their speed, they could rush over in the blink of an eye. Because the visibility was too limited, if they suddenly saw a wall in front of them, if that was the case, they would probably crash into it before they could even react. The worst thing was, the men of Qinghu Island restrained their innate true origin so that they wouldn't be discovered. They were risking their lives anyway. As for the Golden Dan innate experts behind, because they couldn't see, they didn't dare to go at full speed when they chased. Otherwise, with the extreme speed of the Golden Dan innate experts, if they suddenly saw a wall, they would probably crash into the wall before they could react. The impact of the extreme speed would cause serious injuries even if they didn't die. But Tung Qingshan was different. In the pitch-black environment, he could use his speed to his heart's content. Trying to escape, Tung Qingshan noticed that one of the men of Qinghu Island had fled into the side of the road. Because it was pitch-black, no one noticed him. However, Tung Qingshan noticed him. Tung Qingshan immediately turned into the side of the road. The distance between them was only about 5 zhang. Xiao, a flying knife, suddenly shot out. The flying knife was like a bolt of lightning. It was too fast. The true Dan innate expert, who was fleeing with all his might, reacted and dodged to the side. Pucci, the flying knife, still pierced into the body of the Golden Dan innate expert and exploded due to the innate true origin emitted from the man's skin. Although he was injured, he was still running. Tung Qingshan watched this scene indifferently, because there was a wall about 10 zhang in front of the true Dan innate expert. It was a dead end. Tung Qingshan could see it, but the man couldn't. Without the light of the innate true origin, he could only see 1 zhang. That's a concealed weapon expert. Run. I must run further away. The man sped up. When he saw a wall appear in his sight, he could only see 1 zhang. With his speed, he didn't even have time to react. Pathetic. Tung Qingshan watched helplessly. Bang. A deep and violent collision sounded. The true Dan innate expert smashed into the wall like a piece of tofu. Blood splattered everywhere as he fell to the ground. One died from a collision. Tung Qingshan knew clearly that the impact of this speed was no less than the impact of falling from a cliff that was hundreds of zhang high. Ah! Screams came from afar. The sounds of fighting also came continuously. Death has begun, Tung Qingshan murmured. P.S. 2 chapters finished. An innate expert that died from a collision. Tomato estimated that the speed was at least 300 to 400 yards per hour. It should be as fast as a supercar. Crashing into a hard wall at this speed. Wah. Chapter 219. The Map of the Maze. Tung Qingshan immediately squatted down and tore the green cloak of the corpse, taking out the items from the arms of the law enforcing elder of Qinghu Island. Tung Qingshan scanned the items and grabbed the small package wrapped in animal skin. The innate experts of Qinghu Island went to the bottom of the lake, so they must have been worried that the map would be ruined by the water. It must be in the package wrapped in animal skin. Tung Qingshan opened the package, and besides some silver notes, there was also a rather thick folded piece of paper. Huh. The paper was completely unfolded. It really is the map of the maze. Tung Qingshan's eyes brightened, and he immediately looked at it carefully. This maze is much more complicated than I thought. If I don't have a map and walk around randomly, I won't be able to walk out. I don't know when I will be able to walk out of this maze. It's not right. Tung Qingshan's face suddenly became very ugly. Oh no! Tung Qingshan suddenly turned around and dashed out. At the same time, he quickly put the map of the maze into his arms. When he reached the fork in the road, Tung Qingshan saw many Golden Dan innate experts surrounding Yuan Lufeng about 30 zhang away. Yuan Liufeng's cloak was full of blood, and his hair was disheveled. He looked like he had gone crazy. Huh. If you want to kill me, then die with me. Yuan Lufeng, who was determined to die, caused the people surrounding him to be very careful. As a Golden Dan, innate expert ranked in a heavenly ranking, although he was not as strong as Gu Yong and Zhao Danshin, he was still very strong. If he risked his life, he could definitely drag 1 or 2 Golden Dan innate experts to death with him. Brother Qin Lang, there was such a loud bang in the alley over there just now. Did you kill an elder of Qinghu Island? There were many innate experts in the alley, and many of them greeted Tung Qingshan. There are sounds of fighting ahead. Tung Qingshan ignored them and ran to another fork in the road. In an alley on the side of the fork, 3 experts were surrounding and killing a law-enforcing elder of Qinghu Island. The law-enforcing elder was in a difficult situation. There were many wounds on his body, and blood flowed continuously. Even his right leg was broken. He could only lean against the wall and fight for his life. Stop struggling. The 3 innate experts would rather waste more time than fight the law-enforcing elder of Qinghu Island. Haha, Xiao Yao Palace, Snowhawk Hall, you 3 bastards, even if I die, I won't let you off. The elder with the broken leg roared. The surface of the long saber in his hand flowed with a cold black light. Every slash of the saber brought with it a strong whistling sound in the air, forming several air blades that hit the surrounding walls. Unfortunately, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. With a strange slash, the other leg of the Qinghu Island elder was also chopped off. Puff! With both of his legs broken, the elder could not help but fall to the ground. However, his eyes were red as he held the saber in his hand, which was glowing with a black light, and did not give up on attacking. Stop! Tung Qingshan rushed into the alley and shouted. He threw the flying knife in his hand. A cold light streaked across the sky. Clang! The flying knife collided with the long sword of the expert of Xiao Yao Palace, deflecting the sword. The 3 people surrounding the Qinghu Island elder could not help but retreat. They frowned and looked at Tung Qingshan, who was running over with dissatisfaction. The purple cloak man of Xiao Yao Palace frowned and shouted, Qin Lang, what are you doing? The men of Qinghu Island are running around recklessly. It's hard to stop one. You still want to save him? Keep him alive. Tung Qingshan said hurriedly. The map of the maze didn't show where the treasure is. What? The 3 people froze. Qin Lang, what did you say? The 3 people were slightly confused. Huh? The elder with the broken legs of Qinghu Island laughed wildly when he heard this. Do you think that you can find Emperor Yu's treasure by killing us? Ha, dream on. Dream on. At this moment, a roar came from not far away. Die. All of you die. It was Yuan Liufeng's voice. Ah, ah. 2 screams sounded consecutively. The screams even reached the fork in the road. Tung Qingshan and the others turned their heads and saw a figure dashing towards Tung Qingshan and the others. Yuan Lufeng. Tung Qingshan's facial expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated. The 3 innate experts of Xiao Yao Palace and Snowhawk Hall could not see Yuan Lufeng. When Yuan Lufeng appeared at the fork, the 3 people did not see him. When the distance between them was only 10 zhang, the 3 people panicked. Run. The 3 people did not dare to resist and turned to run. Ha Dai. His face was ferocious, his hair was disheveled, and his whole body was covered in blood. His left arm was broken, and there was a scar on his face. One of his eyes was blind. This was the current Yuan Lufeng. 3 lightning-fast swords. Extremely fast. Ah, ah. Continuous screams sounded. Pucci. A wound was left on Yuan Liufeng's body. 2 dead, 1 injured. Yuan Liufeng's sword was fast, but it was not fast enough to kill 3 people at the same time. Killing 2 at the same time was already his limit. Yuan Lufeng. The 3 Golden Dan innate experts chased from behind, but Yuan Lufeng did not care about them. After killing the 2 true Dan innate experts, he continued to chase after Tung Qingshan. In his eyes, the Qin wolf in front of him must be killed. Qin wolf? Yuan Lufeng stared at Tung Qingshan, who was fleeing in front of him with his only eye. Die! Tung Qingshan exerted all his strength, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. With the help of the crossing world, Tung Qingshan's speed was indeed astonishing. Unfortunately, Yuan Lufeng, who was a Golden Dan innate expert, was even more astonishing when he risked his life. 3 Golden Dan innate experts besieging Yuan Lufeng. How can I let him escape? Tung Qingshan fled with all his might. Too fast. His speed is too fast. No matter how fierce Tung Qingshan was, he was only an emptiness Dan innate expert. With the help of the crossing world and his physical strength, his speed could only be compared to a true Dan innate expert. At most, he would be slightly faster. But compared to a Golden Dan innate expert, he was still far behind. 30 zhang, 20 zhang. The distance between the two was shrinking at a speed that made Tung Qingshan hold his breath. No! Tung Qingshan flipped his hand and threw a flying knife. Clang! The sharp sword in Yuan Liufeng's hand easily blocked the flying knife. With a pung sound, the flying knife turned into powder. Yuan Lufeng was not injured at all. Qin Wolf, go die. Yuan Lufeng hated this person named Qin Wolf. If it wasn't for him, how could Qinghu Island have lost so many people? The long sword in his hand was very casual and ordinary. It was like stabbing a piece of tofu without any whistling sound. It was a very ordinary sword, but this sword made Tung Qingshan's scalp tingle, as if there was a thorn in his back. The speed was so fast that Tung Qingshan didn't have time to dodge. Tung Qingshan roared, and the bones in his body instantly shrunk by one size. Puchi! The sword that was originally aimed at Tung Qingshan's heart on his back was pierced into his shoulder because Tung Qingshan's body instantly shrunk. The sharp sword quickly pierced through Tung Qingshan's dark steel heavy armor and pierced into his shoulder. Simultaneously, the innate true origin on the sharp sword burst forth. Bang! Tung Qingshan used the force to flee, but blood flowed out from his shoulder. Why is his shoulder so hard? Yuan Liufeng's only eye showed a hint of shock and confusion. Normally, after piercing through the heavy armor, it would be very easy for the sword to pierce into the muscles. However, when the sword pierced into Tung Qingshan's shoulder, it was like piercing into dark steel. The burst of innate true origin only caused the wound to become slightly bigger. It didn't achieve the effect of exploding half of his body. His body is comparable to dark steel? Yuan Lufeng couldn't believe it. Suddenly, a silent arrow was shot from afar. When Yuan Lufeng realized it, the sharp arrow was already 10 zhang away, and he didn't have time to dodge. Instantly, the sharp arrow pierced through Yuan Liufeng's head. Boom! With an explosion, Yuan Liufeng's headless body collapsed. Phew! Tung Qingshan fell to the ground in exhaustion. The 3 of you actually let Yuan Lufeng escape here? From the alley in front of Tung Qingshan, a few figures walked over. They were the Golden Dan innate experts who went to chase after Elder Hu. The one walking in the front was a strong man with 4 braids and a godly bow in his hand. Don't talk about it. Elder Shi of Xiaoyao Palace was almost killed by Yuan Lufeng. Ing Haojiang shook his head and said, Yuan Liufeng's sword art is indeed powerful. If we really fought him with our lives, at least one of us would have died. The purple-cloaked elegant man of Xiaoyao Palace's chest was dyed red. It's okay now. Just a light injury. How many of us died? 4 true Dan innate experts died. 1 from Snowhawk Hall, 1 from Xiaoyao Palace, 1 from Ying family, and 1 from Hongtian City. They all died in the hands of Yuan Lufeng. Ing Haojiang sighed. He glanced at Tung Qingshan and asked, Brother Qinlang, are you okay? Tung Qingshan sat on the ground and leaned against the wall. I'm okay. Fortunately, the arrow came quickly and killed Yuan Lufeng. At this moment, Tung Qingshan was still scared. The difference between the Golden Dan innate experts, True Dan innate experts, and Emptiness Dan innate experts were very big. Yuan Liufeng's sword art is the same as teachers. It doesn't cause any air resistance. As a result, the speed of his sword art is twice as fast as a true Dan innate expert. Oh my god, it's twice as fast. I couldn't even defend myself. Tung Ching Shan smiled bitterly. He couldn't block that sword at all. When the sword was extremely fast, the air resistance was very shocking. Once there was no air resistance, the speed of the sword would increase by a lot. In addition, the Golden Dan innate expert's true origin was very strong. Therefore, the speed of his sword art was almost twice as fast. Twice as fast. He couldn't block it in time. He couldn't move his body in time. He could only shrink his body in an instant to save his life. He wants to kill a Golden Dan innate expert. If I let a true Dan innate expert attack, I can only use a group attack. With the speed of his sword art, if 5 or 6 true Dan innate experts attack him at the same time, there is still hope for him to succeed. Tung Ching Shan understood that if a true Dan innate expert met a Golden Dan innate expert, he would definitely die. Where's the map of the maze? Take it out quickly, Ing Haojiang ordered. A large group of innate experts had already gathered in the alleyway. P.S. Chapter 1 is here. Chapter 220. Someone immediately went to get the map of the maze. Brother Wang, did you guys manage to catch Elder who escaped from Qing Hu Island? Ing Haojiang turned to look at the expert of the shooting Sun God Mountain. The strong man with 4 braids shook his head and said, he ran the fastest and didn't care about his life. We only chased him for 2 forks before we couldn't find him. We didn't dare to run around, so we turned back. When we turned back, we saw you and Lu Feng trying to kill Brother Qin Lang. In this battle, out of the 47 experts who had joined forces for True Dan, innate experts died, and a few were injured. On the side of Qing Hu Island, out of the 6 experts, 2 escaped. Golden Dan innate experts can eliminate air resistance. Just this alone is more powerful than true Dan innate experts. Tung Ching Shan sighed. At the same time, the muscles on his shoulder contracted. Bits of flesh and blood flowed out of the wound. After that, the wound on Tung Ching Shan's shoulder stopped bleeding. Tung Ching Shan moved his left shoulder and said, the sword pierced the human body, and the innate true origin exploded in the body. This move is very sinister. Luckily, it was the shoulder that was pierced. Yes, I can still use 70% of my strength. There's another one here. Why didn't you kill him? A large group of innate experts looked at the expert of Qing Hu Island who had lost both of his legs and was sitting on the ground. Brother Qin Lang said to keep him alive. The elder of Snow Hawk Hall, who had escaped from Yuan Liufeng's sword, covered his abdomen and said, Brother Qin Lang said that the map of the maze didn't show the location of the treasure. There isn't. Ing Haojiang and the other Golden Dan innate experts surrounded them. The fat monk of Mani Temple frowned and said, the map of the maze on Yuan Liufeng's body doesn't show the location of the treasure. The 2 maps of the maze didn't show the location of the treasure. Brother Qin Lang, where's the map you got? Many people looked at Tung Ching Shan. Tung Ching Shan shook his head and said, I realized that the map didn't show the location of the treasure. That's why I asked to keep him alive. The experts of the various sects were worried as they stared at the man who had lost both of his legs. Elder Wen Qian, you should just speak and suffer less. Ing Haojiang stared at him. Everyone stared at him. The law-enforcing elder of Qing Hu Island, Wen Qian, had bloodstains on his face. He glanced at the people around him and sneered, Ha, you idiots. The map of the labyrinth is too complicated for our brains to remember. Everyone carried a map of the labyrinth, for fear of losing it. However, the location of the treasure was only a dot on the map. I can remember them all. The island master is very thoughtful. Even if you guys snatch the map, don't even think about knowing where the treasure is. Wen Qian laughed crazily. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth as he said, You want to get the treasure? You want to snatch the treasure from Qing Hu Island? Dream on. With that said, he suddenly shook his head. Bang! His head slammed into the wall beside him, and blood gushed out. The 40 over inborn experts present wanted to stop him, but it was too late. All they could do was watch the man commit suicide. Phew! One of the black-clothed law enforcers of the Ying family immediately bent down and found a map from Elder Wenqian's bosom. He opened it and looked at it carefully. He turned around and helplessly shook his head at the crowd. There's no treasure location either. Everyone had expected this, so they shook their heads helplessly. Qinghu Island has prepared for this. The fat monk of the Mani Temple looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, there's no treasure location on the map. What should we do?" There are only a few copies of the map. Those who don't have a map, make a copy first. There were so many people present. Although no one brought a pen, they still had a lot of paper. Because clothes could be used as paper. As for pens, they just needed to take some silver, sharpen it with a sharp sword, dip in blood, and then draw a map. Soon, everyone who wanted a map made a copy. Tung Qingshan had seized a map, so he didn't need to make a copy. Everyone looked at the map and guessed where the treasure could be. All right, everyone has a map of the labyrinth. Elder Shur of Xiao Yao Palace smiled faintly and said, "The route of the labyrinth is complicated. I think all the sects have their own ideas. I think we should all go our own way. Whoever wants to go can go that way. Who can get Emperor Yu's treasure depends on luck. We, the Mani Temple, will go first." The fat monk said. The 11 innate experts of the Mani Temple were the first to leave. Soon, the men of Xiao Yao Palace also left. The men of the Shooting Sun God Mountain were the third group. "Brother Qinlang, we are leaving. Do you want to go with us?" The white-cloaked young man, Lu Xiao, said. The other 3 innate experts also looked at Tung Qingshan. "Which way do you want to go?" Tung Qingshan asked. "Take the left fork, then the back alley," Lu Xiao said. Tung Qingshan shook his head and smiled. "No need. You guys go first. You will be at a disadvantage if you go alone." Lu Xiao tried to persuade him. "Lu Xiao, if you don't want to go, we will go first. Brother Qinlang probably wants to try his luck and get the treasure. Let's not disturb him." The old man, Zhong Lilin, said. The green-cloaked woman, Shui Fei, and the young man, Bailey Hong, looked at Lu Xiao with dissatisfaction. Zhong Lilin, Shui Fei, Bailey Hong, and Lu Xiao were all famous in the land of the 9 prefectures. However, the name Qinlang was not famous. Naturally, the relationship between the 4 of them was better. Lu Xiao glanced at Tung Qingshan and shook his head helplessly. "Let's go." Groups of people left, but Tung Qingshan kept his head down and looked at the map of the maze. After a while, only Tung Qingshan was left in the alley. Do they think that they will succeed just because they chose a path that they think is correct? Tung Qingshan shook his head and smiled. The experience he gained as an assassin in his previous life was indeed helpful. The probability of them finding the treasure is less than 1%. Tung Qingshan smiled and looked at the map. Actually, it is not impossible to find the path to the treasure by looking at this maze map. Firstly, the entrance of the palace is definitely the correct path. The starting point of the path to the treasure was the entrance of the palace. Tung Qingshan was certain of this. "Emperor, you spent so much effort to build such a palace in such a complicated maze. The path to the treasure can't be simple. It must be in a small area of the maze. Otherwise, wouldn't the other areas be useless? Therefore, the correct path should cover more than half of the palace. This is the second point. Thirdly, without a map, it will be very difficult to find the treasure. Moreover, the path must be unique. Therefore, there should only be one route that leads to this location. Other routes will not be able to reach it." According to these 3 points, Tung Qingshan was filtering. There were 3 alleys at the entrance of the palace. Each of the 3 alleys had a fork. One of the forks only lasted for a few dozen zhong before it became a dead end. The short path must be wrong. The path covered a small area. It must be wrong. The location on the path could be reached by other paths. It must be wrong. If I exclude all the paths, there won't be many paths that fit these criteria. At least, there aren't many paths. I can test them one by one. Tung Qingshan was experimenting with a purpose. With his speed, he could go through several paths within an hour. He kept searching and filtering. The search and selection process would take a long time. In the pitch-black alleys, besides Yuan Lu Feng and the other corpses, Tang Qingshan was the only living person squatting there. He looked at the map and searched. In the afternoon, the sun was high up in the sky. Jiangning County City, at the north gate of the Gui Yuan sect. A sergeant of the Black Armored Corps quickly dismounted from Cyan, mane treading on snow horse. "Big Brother Liu, why are you in such a hurry? Help me look after the horse." The sergeant threw the reins and ran inside. Outside the study room of the sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect, Zhuge Yuanhong. "Sovereign, Centurion Lu Tong of Commander Teng's personal guard is here to see you." A disciple dressed in green said respectfully, "Let him in." An indifferent voice sounded. Lu Tong ran in and immediately knelt down on one knee. Lu Tong greets the sovereign. "What's the matter? Speak." Zhuge Yuanhong glanced at Lu Tong. Lu Tong said respectfully, "Last night, Commander Teng led our personal guard to his hometown, Tengjia Village in East City. This morning, all the people of Tengjia Village moved towards Jiangning County City." Zhuge Yuanhong immediately put down the book in his hand and looked at Lu Tong with a frown. Moving over 2,000 people to Jiangning County City was a small matter. Some big salt merchants had over 100 clansmen in their mansions. The servants and guards added up to almost 1,000 people. 2,000 people entering Jiangning County City would be easy to settle down. However, Tengjia Village was fine. Why did they move? Thinking of the army of Qinghu Island stationed in the Great Yin Mountain, Zhuge Yuanhong felt that something was wrong. That Qinghu Island wouldn't make a move against ordinary mountain people, right? Zhuge Yuanhong thought to himself. "Sovereign, yesterday, the men of Qinghu Island captured many hunters in the villages around the Great Yin Mountain. They also captured 3 hunters in Tengjia Village. One of the 3 was Commander Teng's cousin, the other was his uncle, and the other was his father." Lu Tong said hastily, "Last night, his cousin escaped and came back, saying that Qinghu Island ordered to kill all the hunters they captured. Commander Teng's father and uncle didn't escape. They should be dead." Zhuge Yuanhong's face darkened. Qinghu Island. Zhuge Yuanhong was so angry that he slammed the table. This morning, the entire village moved. It's only a distance of 300 li and over 2,000 people. It would probably take 4 days to arrive. As for this subordinate, I just set off this morning and rushed here alone to report to Sovereign." Lu Tong said hastily. "Sovereign, Commander Teng entered the Great Yin Mountain alone." Zhuge Yuanhong's eyes widened. "What? Qingshan entered the Great Yin Mountain alone? Nonsense." Zhuge Yuanhong was very clear about the situation in the Great Yin Mountain. It was fine if the army of Qinghu Island was there, but the experts of the various sects in the land of the 9 prefectures would probably be there. When he thought of Teng Qingshan being there alone, Zhuge Yuanhong felt slightly worried. "Little Tai," Zhuge Yuanhong shouted. "Sovereign." The green-clothed disciple bowed. "Pass down the order. Let the 3,000 soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Division of the Black Armored Corps bring their war horses and weapons and gather at the training ground immediately. Go quickly. There can be no delay." Zhuge Yuanhong shouted. "Yes." The green-clothed disciple rarely saw the sovereign so anxious. He didn't dare to slack off and quickly ran towards the barracks of the Black Armored Corps. "For this matter, I'll have to ask Elder Yin to accompany me." Zhuge Yuanhong was very clear about how serious the situation in the Great Yin Mountain was. He had already expected that, under the charm of Emperor Yu's treasure, it was normal for the innate experts to kill each other. Teng Qingshan was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean. He could lose his life at any moment. "Phew!" Zhuge Yuanhong immediately stood up and said, "Lu Tong, you can leave first." Simultaneously, he grabbed his weapon and strode out. He went to find Elder Yin. Chapter 221. Seeing Sovereign Zhuge Yuanhong leave, Lu Tong ran out as well. The message has been sent. Lord Commander wants me to buy 2 large mansions, food, and renovate the mansions. These things must be done within 3 days. With this thought in mind, he quickly ran towards the north gate of the Gui Yuan sect. Jiangning County City, Tung Mansion, under a pavilion, Tung Qinghu, Zhuge Qing, and Zhuge Yun were gathered together. Don't worry, big brother Qinghu. Nothing will happen to Tung Jia village. Zhuge Qing comforted. Tung Qinghu frowned and shook his head. You don't understand. If it wasn't an urgent matter, Qingshan wouldn't have rushed back without notifying me. It must be very urgent. Also, the maid said that people came to my home yesterday. Qingshan and Qingyu immediately led the bodyguards back. It's my fault. It's my fault for not being there last night. When the people of Tangjia village came to report last night, Tung Qingshan and Qingyu were there. Therefore, they rushed to Tangjia village overnight and moved the entire clan the next morning. However, Tung Qinghu wasn't there last night. He was a centurion and had a lot of trivial matters to attend to. Unlike Tung Qingshan, who was a commander, nothing happened. At that time, the situation was urgent, so Tung Qingshan didn't have time to find Qinghu and immediately rushed back. This caused Tung Qinghu to still not know what happened to Tung Jia village. Big brother Qinghu, I believe there will be a result soon. Zhuge Yun smiled and said, with Qingshan's methods and the bodyguards, nothing could stop him. Yes. Thinking of Qingshan's strength, Tung Qinghu felt slightly relieved. At this moment, the three heard the intense footsteps and couldn't help but turn their heads. They saw Lu Tong running towards them. Tung Qinghu's eyes immediately lit up. Lu Tong. Tung Qinghu stood up. Qinghu. Lu Tong hastily ran over as well. He and Tung Qinghu were both centurions. Of course, Lu Tong was the centurion of Tung Qinghu's personal guard, so his status was slightly higher. Lu Tong, didn't you go with Qingshan to my hometown, Tung Jia village? Tell me, what happened to Tung Jia village? Tung Qinghu's face was filled with anxiety. Beside him, Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Qing were also looking at Lu Tong. Lu Tong hastily said, Qinghu, people from your hometown came last night. They said that Qingshan's first uncle, Tung Qinghao, and Qingshan's father were there. He was captured by the men of Qinghu Island. So, Qingshan and Qingyu hurried back immediately. What? The men of Qinghu Island? Tung Qinghu widened his eyes in disbelief. How can they be so shameless? Zhuge Yun also said angrily. I heard that the men of Qinghu Island are in the Great Yin Mountain. But how did they capture the hunters in the mountain? Lady Qing was also anxious. Lu Tong continued. They didn't just capture the men of Tung Jia village. They also captured many hunters from the villages around the Great Yin Mountain. When we rushed to Tung Jia village overnight, we received news. Tung Qinghao luckily escaped back to Tung Jia village. At the same time, he told us that Qinghu Island ordered to kill all the capture hunters. Tung Yongxiang and Qingshan's father are both dead. First uncle and Uncle Fan, they're all dead? Tung Qinghu's face turned pale. Yes. This morning, the entire Tung Jia village and all the villagers moved towards Jiangning County City. I rushed here early this morning and just want to tell the sovereign. The commander also told me to buy 2 large mansions, renovate the houses, and buy many tools for the entire village to live in, Lu Tong said. Qinghu, there are many things to do. I'll be busy first. Settling down over 2,000 people was very troublesome. Wait. Tung Qinghu grabbed Lu Tong and asked, Qingshan, where is Qingshan? Tung Qinghu knew his brother's temper very well. Father died? What would happen to Tung Qingshan? He entered the Great Yin Mountain, Lu Tong said. Entered the Great Yin Mountain? Zhuge Qing's ruddy face suddenly became pale. As expected, Qingshan, Tung Qinghu was also anxious. Lu Tong said, just now the sovereign ordered the 1st and 2nd troops of the Black Armored Corps to bring their war horses and weapons to the training ground. With this, Lu Tong left quickly. How'd things turn out like this? Tung Qinghu couldn't believe it. Although he expected something big to happen, he didn't expect something like this to happen. Big brother Tung, he entered the Great Yin Mountain. There are so many experts of Qinghu Island in the Great Yin Mountain. This. Zhuge Qing's pale face was filled with anxiety. At this moment, a figure quickly rushed in from outside. Lord Tung, the sovereign, ordered all troops of the 1st and 2nd troops to bring their war horses, weapons, and armor to the training ground without delay. The Black Armored Corps soldier said urgently, "Lord Tung, hurry up. This subordinate will leave first." The soldier seemed to be in a hurry and left immediately after he finished speaking. When Tung Qinghu heard this, he immediately rushed back to his house. "Brother, to the training ground," Lady Qing said urgently. "Let's go." Zhuge Yun and his sister left the Tung residence quickly and rushed to the training ground of the Gui Yuan sect. On the training ground, the Black Armored Corps soldiers who were leading their armored horses quickly gathered. Because almost all the soldiers lived in the barracks, the speed of gathering was extremely fast. When Zhuge Yun and his sister hurried to the training ground, more than 90% of the soldiers had already gathered. Some of the idle soldiers, or the commandant, and other high-ranking members of the Black Armored Corps who lived outside gathered a bit slower. "Father is over there." Lady Qing saw her father immediately. The sect leader, Zhuge Yuanhong, who wore a loose white robe and had his long hair draped loosely over his shoulders, carried a long sword on his back as he stood on the high platform at the southernmost part of the drill grounds. Beside him was Enforcement Elder Yin Motion. The Gui Yuan sect had a total of 2 Golden Dan innate experts. One was Zhuge Yuanhong, and the other was Yin Motion. Father! Zhuge Qing ran over anxiously. When Zhuge Yuanhong saw his daughter and son running over from the crowd, he couldn't help but frown. "Father, are you guys heading to the Great Yin Mountain?" Zhuge Qing asked anxiously. "Father, is Marshal Brother Qing Shan all right?" Zhuge Yun asked. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at his children and shouted, "Father doesn't have time to accompany you too. Yun, take Qing away from the training ground." Zhuge Yun froze and turned to look at his sister. "Father." Zhuge Qing's eyes immediately turned red. She bit her lips and tears flickered in her eyes as she said, "I know you guys are in such a hurry. The Great Yin Mountain is definitely very dangerous, and Big Brother Tung is definitely in danger. No matter what, I must go with you. Father, take me with you." "Nonsense." Zhuge Yuanhong was annoyed. "Yun, take Qing away." Zhuge Yun was a bit hesitant, but he still reached out to pull his sister. "Let me go." Lady Qing suddenly swung her hand and stared at her father with a pair of tearful eyes. "Father, Big Brother Tung must be in a life-threatening situation. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so anxious. Even if you don't take me with you, I will go by myself. No one can stop me." Seeing this, Zhuge Yuanhong couldn't help but feel a headache. His daughter was very obedient, but once she became stubborn, even 8 horses couldn't pull her back. "Okay, quickly go put on your light armor. Follow father." Zhuge Yuanhong could only compromise. "But you must remember one thing. Don't run around. You must stay by father's side." If his daughter went by herself, who knew what would happen? It would be much safer to take her with him. Zhuge Qing was overjoyed and nodded, Yes. Under the leadership of the 2 Golden Dan innate experts, Zhuge Yuanhong and Yin Motion, the great army of the Gui Yuan sect rapidly rushed to the Great Yin Mountain. In the underground of the Great Yin Mountain, inside the Heavenly Flood Palace, in the pitch-black maze, Tung Qingshan was squatting in the passageway, looking at the map of the maze and calculating carefully. After filtering, 99% of the routes have to be eliminated. There are 32 routes with the highest possibility. There are a total of 13 routes with the highest possibility. Tung Qingshan pondered for less than an hour and finally eliminated them one by one, selecting the routes that he needed. The 13 routes that Tung Qingshan thought had the highest possibility all passed through more than half of the Heavenly Flood Palace. Moreover, there were no other ways to reach the destination. There's no other way. I can only try them one by one. There are only a few routes, so Tung Qingshan could afford to waste time trying them. If he tried them like the other sects, he wouldn't be able to succeed even after 10 days or half a month. Yes, I can reach a central point from here. This central point connects 4 of the 13 routes. Tung Ching Shan held the map of the maze in his hand and immediately sped up. He transformed into a black shadow and moved through the passageway of the maze like a ghost in the night. According to the route, he turned left, turned right. After running for about 10 li, Tung Ching Shan suddenly stopped. Tung Ching Shan's ears pricked up. Elder Hu, is your injury okay? It's not a big deal. We have to meet up with Marshal Uncle as soon as possible. Go. Turn left at the next fork. Tung Ching Shan's hearing was extremely sensitive. Although the other party's voice wasn't loud, Tung Ching Shan still heard it. They are about 6 to 7 zhang to my left. Tung Ching Shan immediately opened the map of the maze and looked at it. They are here. A smile appeared on Tung Ching Shan's face as he thought to himself. They actually followed this route? Then the routes that lead to the treasure. Out of the 32 routes that have the highest possibility, only 2 are possible. Although Qinghu Island's elder, who is in the passageway 6 to 7 zhang away. But, with the wall between them, Tung Ching Shan couldn't fly out at all. There was only one way, turn back. Tung Ching Shan quickly turned back and increased his speed to the limit. If it was someone else, even if they found Elder Hu and Elder Hu there, it would be useless. This was because the passageway that Elder Hu and Elder Hu were in could lead to many places. However, Tung Ching Shan had already filtered out a lot of places. After filtering out the passageway, there were only 2 routes left. The darkness didn't affect Tung Ching Shan at all. His ghost-like figure flashed in the passageway, moving forward continuously. He made a big circle and chased after them again. Fortunately, Tung Ching Shan's speed was much faster than Elder Hu and Elder Hu. After all, Elder Hu and Elder Hu weren't running for their lives now. If they were too close, they would obviously run slower. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Tung Ching Shan suddenly heard a series of angry roars. There are angry roars ahead? Only demonic beasts will stay on the correct route. This road map is indeed correct. Tung Ching Shan's eyes brightened. Yes, the roars are less than 1 li away from here. It's very possible that Elder Hu and Elder Hu encountered demonic beasts. Tung Ching Shan vaguely felt the location of the roars and continued to move forward. Chapter 222. In the pitch-black heavenly flood palace, Tung Ching Shan walked through several alleys as if he was walking in his own courtyard. He was getting closer and closer to the roar. Roar, roar. Frenzied and furious roars rang out one after another. The rough and heavy roar sounded like thunder in the maze. The heavenly flood palace, which was only 3 zhang high and was filled with many alleys, caused the roar to echo. It continued to spread. If the distance was slightly further, it would be impossible to determine the location due to the echoes. At the corner, Tung Ching Shan stood there, looking at the fierce battle occurring in the alleys 30 zhang away. One of them was the green-cloaked Elder Hu. This Elder Hu was the one who led the Golden Scale Guards of Qinghu Island to attack Yinjiang City. However, because Tung Ching Shan and Yin Matian arrived quickly, Elder Hu's efforts were in vain. This caused Elder Hu's efforts to be in vain. Good fellow, he actually fought with a white-horned water rhinoceros. Tung Ching Shan's eyes brightened. The demon beast that was fighting with Elder Hu was about 2 zhang, 5 meters, tall, and 4 zhang, 10 meters, long. Such a huge monster's entire body was as white as a rock. Thick and tough tendons densely covered its thick and sturdy body, as if a large snake was coiling around the body of this demon beast. A thick and sharp white horn grew on its buffalo-like head, and its eyes glowed with a dark green light. White-horned water rhinoceros, an extremely powerful and rare demonic beast that spends most of its time in the water. It can also survive on land. When it reaches its peak, it can threaten Golden Dan innate experts. It is famous for its extraordinary strength and the ability to spit white mist from its mouth. Evil creature, Elder Hu dodged and fluttered like a butterfly, and the 4-chi long sword in his hand turned into a mirage. The white-horned water rhinoceros trampled the ground with its four hooves, lowering its hard head as it charged. Occasionally, it would spit out a mouthful of white mist, making it impossible to defend against. Tung Qingshan clearly saw that elder whose sword pierced into the white-horned water rhinoceros's body, but it only pierced about 1 chi deep before it couldn't go any deeper. At the same time, elder who immediately retreated. The white-horned water rhinoceros turned around and spat out a mouthful of white mist. The muscles on this white-horned water rhino's entire body are intertwined. Not only does it have extraordinary strength, it also has a strong defense. Tung Qingshan exclaimed in admiration. This white-horned water rhinoceros did not have hard scales like the red-scaled beast. The white-horned water rhinoceros only had terrifying muscles. Just like ordinary cattle, the beef had a lot of tendons, so it was hard to bite through raw beef. It was the same principle. The white-horned water rhino's body structure was similar to that of an ox. However, the tendons of the white-horned water rhinoceros were thicker and denser than the tendons of beef. The muscles of its entire body were also harder and thicker, although the surface layer could be pierced. But those muscles were too hard. Even if it was a Golden Dan innate expert, his full strength would be exhausted after piercing a foot deep with his sword. Demonic beasts are indeed gifted. Tung Qingshan praised in his heart. Roar! The white-horned aquatic rhinoceros roared as it charged over. Elder who had just dodged the white mist, was slightly slow in his movement and was grazed by the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros hooves. Bang! Elder who was enveloped by the innate true origin, was sent flying, crashing into the wall. The white-horned aquatic rhinoceros, whose entire body was covered in blood, roared angrily and rushed over again. It's so strong. Elder who felt a headache. This white-horned aquatic rhinoceros seems to have its eyes on me. It won't let me escape no matter what. Elder who didn't want to fight to the death with the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros, but in the pitch-black environment, the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros, who lived here all year round, could clearly see far. With the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros's speed, which was comparable to a Golden Dan innate expert, and its night vision. Therefore, it could easily catch up to Elder who. Elder who couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only fight. A good chance. 2 flying knives appeared in Tung Qingshan's hands as he stared at the man and the demonic beast in the distance. The current Tung Qingshan was far from being able to kill the Golden Dan innate experts of Qing Hu Island normally. But at this moment, Elder Hu and the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros were fighting fiercely. It was a good chance. Elder Hu, I won't send you off. Tung Qingshan squinted his eyes and waved his left and right hands simultaneously. 2 rays of cold light streaked across the pitch-black space at the same time. To kill this white-horned aquatic rhinoceros with its hard flesh, it can only be done by stabbing its vital points. Elder Hu's clothes were also tattered. After fighting for dozens of rounds, although he wasn't heavily injured, he was sent flying again and again. The shot from the collision made his internal organs feel uncomfortable. But this white-horned aquatic rhinoceros attaches great importance to its vital points. Elder Hu also knew that the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros' vital points were mainly its eyes and neck. But if Elder Hu wanted to attack its vital points, the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros would definitely spit out a mouthful of white mist. Once frozen, even if he didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. He would definitely be bitten in a mincemeat by the enraged, white-horned aquatic rhinoceros's powerful mouth. Therefore, Elder Hu avoided attacking the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros directly every time, because the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros had another vital point: attack its lower body, stab into its internal organs, and then use the innate true origin to explode its internal organs. This was Elder Hu's plan. It seemed a little shameless, but in a life-and-death situation, how could he care about face? Roar! The white-horned aquatic rhinoceros's intelligence was comparable to that of humans. How could it let Elder Hu succeed so easily? Phew! The terrifyingly thick hooves swept over like a stone pillar. The powerful hooves caused the air to be compressed into visible ripples. I've hit it 32 times. Although it isn't a vital point, its speed is slowly decreasing. Elder, who was about to retreat, but his ears suddenly twitched, and his expression changed drastically. Two ear-piercing whistles brought along violent vibrations in the air as they rapidly approached. Someone sneak attacking. Elder, who turned pale with fright. In front of him was the white-horned aquatic rhinoceros's hooves, and behind him were two flying daggers. Who is it? Elder, who roared and forcefully twisted his body. The thick hooves that seemed to be cast from iron slashed across his chest, and the 4-chi long sword in Elder Hu's hand also flashed with a cold light. Clang! Pooh! One of the flying daggers was blocked, and the other one pierced into Elder Hu's thigh. Amazing! In the distant darkness, Tung Qingshan praised in his heart. To be able to use the golden Dan of the innate realm to control space in such a short period of time. To dodge the hooves and block one of my flying daggers, I was only hit by one of the daggers. That wasn't the vital point. This method is too strong. Tung Qingshan also realized something. After throwing the flying dagger, especially when it was near Elder Hu, he was unable to control the trajectory of the flying dagger. That spiritual connection seemed to have been cut off. Golden Dan innate experts are able to control the surrounding space through their powerful mental power and remove air resistance. With such a powerful spirit, it's not strange for it to cut off the mental connection between me and the flying dagger. Tung Qingshan was very clear about this. What they relied on was a strong spirit, which was the spirit of the essence, energy, and spirit. Qin Lang, why did you plot against me? Elder Hu roared in anger. After being stabbed in the leg, Elder Hu's speed decreased sharply. Pung! The injured Elder Hu was too slow in dodging and was hit by the thick hoof on the sword in his hand. The sword was bent and hit Elder Hu's chest. Elder Hu was like a sandbag, smashing into the wall in the distance. The walls of the alley trembled. Boom! The white-horned water rhinoceros charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Elder Hu leaped up and dodged the rhinoceros by a hair's breadth. Qin Lang. Elder Hu roared in anger. This old bastard actually guessed that it was me. Tung Qingshan, who was peeking from the corner, thought to himself, I can only blame myself for using the flying dagger when I joined the group of innate experts. Later on, this old fellow found out. Previously, the innate experts had entered the bottom of the lake together. The men of Qinghu Island knew most of the people who came. However, they didn't know Qin Lang. Therefore, they asked around. The men of the other sects also told them about Tung Qingshan's unique skill with the flying dagger. Elder Hu, blame yourself for recklessly killing the hunters of the Great Yin Mountain. Tung Qingshan mumbled in his heart and shot out another 2 flying daggers. Xiao! Xiao! The higher-ups of Qinghu Island ordered to kill the 200 hunters that were captured. To them, it was only for the sake of secrecy. As for killing so many hunters, they didn't feel anything. In the eyes of these higher-ups, killing so many hunters was like stepping on a group of ants. However, revenge had come. When Elder Hu's spirit sensed the ripples in the air again, he determined that it was another 2 flying daggers. His facial expression changed. His leg was injured and he had been in danger time and time again. If 2 more flying daggers came, he would definitely die. Elder Hu's face was ferocious as he roared. Qin Lang, Qinghu Island will definitely take revenge for me. As his roar echoed, he stabbed the white-horned water rhinoceros's throat. He was going to die anyway. Even if he had to die, he would drag one of them down. Roar! The white-horned water rhinoceros wasn't stupid. At this moment, it roared and spat out a white mist while retreating rapidly. Chi! The sword pierced the white-horned water rhinoceros's neck. Chi! Chi! At the same time Elder Hu stabbed, the 2 flying daggers also pierced his body. One pierced his waist, and the other pierced his back, entering his chest. Elder Hu's eyes also turned red. Phew! The white mist enveloped Elder Hu. Elder Hu instantly turned into a white Iceman. Roar! The white-horned water rhinoceros, whose neck was still bleeding, roared angrily and charged back. Its thick and strong hooves stomped down fiercely, crushing the white Iceman into pieces. Roar! The white-horned water rhinoceros raised its head and roared. The bleeding on its neck also slowed down. Fortunately, its skin was thick and it retreated quickly, so it was only heavily injured. It didn't die with Elder Who. The heavily injured white-horned water rhinoceros turned its head and ran towards the alley. A crimson-red serpent that was only 10 feet, 5 meters, long lay in the alley. There were bloodstains on both sides of the walls, as well as small pits that were rapidly recovering. Not far away, the handsome Zhao Danshun was sitting cross-legged, regulating his breathing. Qin Lang. Qinghu Island will definitely take revenge for me. The angry and sorrowful roar echoed in the Heavenly Flood Palace. The Heavenly Flood Palace had a radius of over 10 li. With the ability of a Golden Dan innate expert, it was very easy for an angry roar to echo over 10 li. Zhao Danshun's facial expression changed. It's Elder Hu's voice. Qin Lang killed Elder Hu? Zhao Danshun's facial expression changed drastically. That Qin Lang is only a true Dan innate expert? Although he didn't understand how Qin Lang could kill Elder Hu, who was a Golden Dan innate expert, Zhao Danshun's heart was filled with killing intent. This Qin Lang opened the entrance to the bottomless pit. Now he killed Elder Hu. Zhao Danshun's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, I will definitely tear you into pieces. The angry roar of Elder Hu before he died spread throughout the entire Heavenly Flood Palace. The Shooting Sun God Mountain, the Ying family, the Mani Temple, Hong Tian City, Snowhawk Hall, Xiao Yao Palace, and the idol innate experts were all discussing how Qin Lang killed Elder Hu with great interest. These people didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for this matter. After all, everyone had joined hands to kill a large group of people before, not only in the Heavenly Flood Palace, but also outside the Heavenly Flood Palace. At the entrance of the palace, Gu Yong and the other 3 who were waiting for news of the treasure heard the angry and sorrowful roar. Qin Lang, Qinghu Island will definitely take revenge for me. The facial expression of Gu Yong and the other 3 changed drastically. It's Elder Hu's voice. Gu Yong's junior sister's expression changed drastically. Elder Hu should be dead. Then a massacre must have occurred inside. I don't know how many of Qinghu Island's men will survive. Everyone began to worry. That Qin Lang exposed the secret of the bottomless pit's entrance and killed Elder Hu. This bastard must be cut into pieces. The men of Qinghu Island had long hated Qin Lang to the bone. Gu Yong's face was as gloomy as water. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said in a deep voice, This Qin Lang must be killed, and he must die in endless pain. Elder Lu, who had originally left with Elder Hu, encountered the white-horned water rhinoceros. Elder Lu's arm was frozen by the white mist and split open. His right arm could almost be said to be crippled. He would only be a burden if he were there. Therefore, Elder Hu let him go first while Elder Hu fought with the white-horned water rhinoceros. In a dark alley, when the white-horned water rhinoceros turned to chase after him, he was so scared that he hastily ran. However, he couldn't escape in time, so he could only hide in an alley. I definitely can't defeat this white-horned water rhinoceros. Elder Lu stared at the fork in the road. The white-horned water rhinoceros's frightening eyes flashed with a dark green light as it glanced in his direction. It actually followed the correct path and left. It didn't kill me. Elder Lu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Demonic beasts were intelligent. The white-horned water rhinoceros could determine that the human who ran away was very weak and posed no threat to it. It was now heavily injured and needed to heal and recover. It was too lazy to care about these humans. Just when Elder Lu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao! Xiao! 2 flying daggers pierced through the air. Elder Lu's ears twitched and his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, Qin Lang. The saber in his left hand turned into a shadow as fast as lightning. Clang! Clang! One of the flying daggers turned into dust. The other flying dagger merely brushed past Elder Lu's body and pierced through the innate true origin light shield on the surface of Elder Lu's body. Blood instantly dyed Elder Lu's robe. I'm not used to using a saber with my left hand. Elder Lu secretly cursed. The flying daggers were fast, and his body couldn't dodge them in time. However, the speed of his saber was still fast enough. If his right hand hadn't been crippled, he wouldn't have been hit so easily. Rumble, a ferocious figure, emerged from the darkness ahead like a demon god. Its speed was extremely fast. Elder Lu clearly saw the other's face and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Qin Lang. Explode, I want to explode. I hadn't been happy writing for a while and wasn't happy enough. Today, I spent the entire afternoon thinking about the plot. Finally, the feeling came. I believe that after reading the 2 chapters today, everyone should have some feeling. In the future, it will be even more exciting, bloody, and crazy. I want to go crazy too. Last time, with 100 monthly votes, I exploded for an extra day. Tomato exploded for more than 10 consecutive days. This time it was the same. It was now November 7th, 2332. 1419 monthly votes. Until tomorrow night at midnight, which was November 9th at 0000. During this period of time, for every 100 monthly votes added, Tomato exploded for a day. For every 1,000 monthly votes, it exploded for 10 days. For every 2,000 monthly votes, it exploded for 20 consecutive days. If a chapter ended and there was a day of rest, then the explosion would naturally be delayed by a day. In short, the explosion definitely wouldn't be delayed by a day. Monthly votes come. Let's go crazy together. Tomato wrote with all his might. How many days Tomato exploded for depended on everyone. If you want to vote, then vote now. Voting method. Just the words recommended author with monthly votes below. Chapter 223. In the pitch-black alleyway, Elder Lu realized that it was Qin Lang who was charging at him. The enraged Elder Lu instantly judged. This Qin Lang is faster than me. I'm injured now. If I escape, he will definitely continue to attack me with his flying daggers. If this drags on, I will definitely die. I might as well risk it all. In an instant, Elder Lu became calm. He retracted his gaze and held onto his saber with his uninjured left hand. Die! A low roar echoed in the alleyway. Boom! The air exploded. A steel claw tore through the air, bringing with it spatial ripples as it instantly appeared in front of Elder Lu. Clang! The saber perfectly blocked Tung Qingshan's claw. Break! Tung Qingshan's body rose into the air. His right fist was like a dragon emerging from the water, bringing with it an ear-piercing whistle as it punched forward. At first glance, it looked like a sharp spear. This punch was as fast as lightning and as violent as thunder. It left behind a red afterimage as it arrived in front of Elder Lu, and its power suddenly increased. It was as if the air had been pierced by an electric drill. Pump! As if he had smashed into a large drum. Tung Qingshan could not help but take a step back, while Elder Lu drifted back a distance of 10 meters. Tung Qingshan's punch once again failed. The realm of enlightenment. Tung Qingshan's expression changed slightly. Elder Lu's expression was calm. His eyes were like a tranquil, deep pool, and the light was completely restrained. The saber in his left hand pointed diagonally to the ground, and the edge of the saber faintly flashed with an icy green light. Qin Lang, you want to kill me? Elder Lu said coldly. You think you can kill me with your puny skills? Oh, Tung Qingshan grinned. Then take a good look at my skills. In the pitch-black alleyway, an expert shrouded in flames and an expert shrouded in icy green light confronted each other. Boom! Tung Qingshan's trousers were stretched taut, and his powerful right leg stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble, while he himself, with the help of the rebound force and the crossing worlds, turned into a fiery red afterimage. The distance of several feet between them was crossed in an instant. Elder Lu, who was in the realm of enlightenment, faced Tung Qingshan's ferocious attack. but his expression did not change. Xiao. It was another seemingly casual slash. The blade chopped down on Tung Qingshan's palm. His right hand, which was wearing the heavenly hawk claw glove, was not damaged at all. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Elder Lu quickly withdrew his saber. Tung Qingshan's left hand was as fast as lightning as he grabbed Elder Lu's saber. Humph! The corner of Elder Lu's mouth curled into a cold smile. The battle blade in his hand very casually collided with Tung Qingshan's left hand, easily withstanding Tung Qingshan's grab. At the same time, Elder Lu's entire body borrowed the force to retreat. But in the instant that he was about to retreat, dragon form, tiger pounce, Tung Qingshan's gaze froze. His left and right arms instantly transformed into a python, rapidly wrapping around Elder Lu's body. Both his legs kicked off fiercely, and he directly pounced over like a tiger. Tiger pounce at close range. Both arms wrapped around him. How could the one-armed Elder Lu dodge? You're courting death. Elder Lu's expression turned cold. The battle blade in his hand exploded with a glaring, icy green light, slashing towards Tung Qingshan's arms. The corner of Tung Qingshan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Tung Qingshan's hands were like two snakes, wrapping around Elder Lu's single arm, causing Elder Lu's single arm to bend into a strange angle. How is this possible? Elder Lu was stunned. The realm of enlightenment was based on the information one knew to make the most perfect control. This allowed the battle to be under control. But now, things had exceeded his expectations. Bang! Tung Qingshan's knee struck Elder Lu's abdomen with a high knee strike. In terms of pure strength, the strength of Tung Qingshan's legs surpassed that of his arms. His knee instantly pierced through the innate true origin aura shield, and a strong force passed through his abdomen, instantly destroying Elder Lu's vital dantian. Once his dantian was destroyed, Elder Lu was not even comparable to a post-liminary expert. Elder Lu, did you see what I did? Tung Qingshan loosened his grip, and Elder Lu sat on the ground powerlessly. He clutched his abdomen and stared fixedly at Tung Qingshan. You, how did your arm do that just now? That's impossible. This kind of thing can't possibly happen. Even though his dantian was destroyed, Elder Lu still did not dare to believe it. Just because the rest of you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't, Tung Qingshan said indifferently. Just now, Elder Lu's strike should not have given Tung Qingshan any opportunity to take advantage of. But Tung Qingshan's two arms seemed to have no bones, and they were bent at a strange angle. Turning the impossible into the possible, he forcefully bypassed the battle blade and wrapped around Elder Lu's arm. He twisted it in half. Before I die, let me tell you a secret. Tung Qingshan grinned. Elder Lu stared. This was because Tung Qingshan's human skin mask had been removed. Elder Lu was so frightened that before he could say anything, a ray of fire shot through his throat. An innate expert with a destroyed dantian was just an ordinary person. Elder Lu was dead. Boom! Elder Lu fell powerlessly, but his eyes were still filled with fear and disbelief. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. He did not believe it. He did not believe that the person who was so ruthless to Qinghu Island and could kill him was actually the 17-year-old Tung Qingshan. Yes, it was Tung Qingshan. Before he died, he saw Qinlang was Tung Qingshan. Unfortunately, he could not tell the others. Tung Qingshan put on the human skin mask again, wrapping and bending my arms. Oof. In terms of body control, even if you innate experts train for 100 years, you would still not be able to compare to me. Different paths of cultivation determine different achievements. Cultivating inner strength and pursuing innate strength. This path focused on inner strength and innate true origin. However, the path of internal martial arts focused on body control, whether it was the internal organs, the flow of blood, bones, muscles, or skin. In terms of body control, those innate experts were indeed too far behind. In his previous life, Vishnu, one of the three great figures of the divine kingdom who fought with Tung Shan, was a grandmaster who cultivated the ancient yoga technique to the extreme. He was able to wrap his arms as if they were boneless. In this life, Tung Shan's control over his body could be said to have reached an unprecedented peak. In terms of flexibility, he was even stronger than Vishnu. My unique skills of internal martial arts, especially my body's advantage, can only be displayed when I get close to my opponent. But how could a powerful innate expert let me get close to him so easily? Tung Shan sighed to himself. It was so troublesome to kill a one-armed elder Lu. In terms of realm, I am indeed much weaker. In terms of body strength and innate true origin, Tung Shan was comparable to a true Dan innate expert. However, in terms of realm, Tung Shan was still in the minute subtlety realm. As for the true Dan innate experts, they were either in the realm of enlightenment or the realm of oblivion. Unless he performed an unimaginable move like this time. Only then could he kill his opponent. Otherwise, due to the difference in realm, it would be extremely difficult for Tung Shan to kill his opponent. With my current strength, it would be very difficult to kill a true Dan innate expert head-on. It'd be very difficult. Tung Shan thought to himself, although he had killed a few elders of Qing who island with his own hands. One was outside the gate of the Heavenly Flood Palace, where he was ambushed by Tung Shan and died unjustly. The other one was facing a large number of pursuers, so he ran around recklessly and bumped into the hard wall built by Emperor Yu and died on the spot. As for Elder Hu, to be more precise, Tung Shan used someone else to kill him. As for Elder Lu, he only had one arm. Of course, Tung Shan had so many achievements because he used his strength to kill his opponent without any hesitation. As long as he could succeed in killing, it would be fine. When he was strong, he could defeat his opponent head-on. When he was weak, he would be a fool if he dared to challenge his opponent head-on. In the pitch-black alley, the silver-haired handsome man, Zhao Danshun, was advancing silently. After 3 more forks, I will reach the place where the treasure is hidden. Zhao Danshun was extremely excited. So many elders came in this time. I'm afraid that most of the other elders have died. Qinghu Island has sacrificed so much. It's all worth it, as long as I can get Emperor Yu's treasure. Turning around, Zhao Danshun sneered coldly. That bald donkey should be cultivating the extremely mysterious Shiga Heart Sutra of the Mani Temple. Of the 6 great magical powers, he must have cultivated the heavenly eye, heavenly ear, heavenly foot, and mind connection. The Arhut fruit cultivation has reached the culmination stage. It's even harder to get rid of than a wild dog. Zhao Danshun recalled the journey and sighed. The king of beasts Wu Ho was the first to enter the Heavenly Flood Palace. Zhao Danshun and the long-browed old monk entered later. In the beginning, Zhao Danshun purposely took the wrong path because he guessed that the long-browed old monk was following him. With the abilities of the long-browed old monk who had cultivated the Shiga Heart Sutra, it wasn't hard to follow him silently. Zhao Danshun walked in circles for a long time and tried to get rid of him. Finally, he thought he got rid of him. Therefore, he returned to the right path and advanced. However, he accidentally found out that the long-browed old monk was still following him. The second time, Zhao Danshun spent a lot of effort and finally led the long-browed old monk into a wrong path. Finally, Zhao Danshun laughed proudly 3 times and left. The Mani Temple is indeed the #1 sect. The Shiga Heart Sutra, Maha, and many other heaven-class secret scriptures are all mysterious and unpredictable. Zhao Danshun sighed. In the world, no sect could compare to the Mani Temple in terms of the number of secret scriptures, because among the 4 omnipotent experts, only martial ancestor Shiga spent all his energy on the sect and created all kinds of magical cultivation methods. As for Emperor Yu and the Heavenly Emperor of Qin Mountains, they spent too little energy on the sect. The number of secret scriptures was much lower. Of course, Emperor Yu's Hall, and the Ying family were still incomparable to the other 5 supreme clans. However, when I have Emperor Yu's treasure, Qinghu Island will definitely become stronger. Zhao Danshan's heart was burning. As he walked to the last corner, Zhao Danshan looked towards the place where the treasure was. There were 2 pearls inlaid on the wall in the middle of the alleyway. The pearls emitted a faint dark green glow, illuminating the surrounding area of over 10 zhang. At the side of the wall, there was a staircase leading to the underground. Emperor Yu's treasure is inside. Zhao Danshan was overjoyed. Zhao Danshan, thank you for your hard work. A hearty laughter sounded. Zhao Danshan turned his head in fear. A silhouette emerged from the darkness. It was the king of beasts, Wu Ho. P.S. Here is the first chapter. Now, there are 2,305 monthly tickets, an increase of almost 900. There were still 2.5 hours until midnight. It seemed like Tomato would have to explode for at least 9 days. How many days would it take? The increase in monthly tickets was calculated until midnight. If Tomato wants to explode once, then everyone should do the same for their monthly votes. Chapter 224. The faint green light illuminated the surrounding 10 zhang. In the dark corner, Zhao Danshan looked at the king of beasts Wu Ho in disbelief. Impossible. From the beginning to the end, I didn't dare to relax. I probed again and again. I even got rid of the bald donkey who cultivated the Shiga Heart Sutra. I never noticed you. Zhao Danshan's mind was in a mess. Qinghu Island had lost so much just to get Emperor Yu's treasure. If they could get the treasure, all the losses would be worth it. However, at the most crucial moment, the king of beasts Wu Ho appeared. In terms of strength, Wu Ho could easily kill him. The first on the heavenly ranking was undoubtedly strong. The Shiga Heart Sutra is very mysterious. However, that old monk hasn't cultivated it to a high level. In terms of hiding and tracking, he's much weaker than me. Wu Ho laughed and said. His laughter echoed in the alley, forming complex echoes. I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have found this place. The first on the heavenly ranking, and it had been there for over 30 years. The king of beasts Wu Ho was very good at many things. Zhao Danshan was originally panicking, but he quickly regained his composure. No matter what, it had already happened. No matter how painful it was, he had to accept it. All he could do was to try his best to make the situation better. Wu Ho, Zhao Danshan said in a deep voice. Qinghu Island suffered a great loss because of Emperor Yu's treasure. Brother Wu Ho, you're alone and don't belong to any sect. The treasures in Emperor Yu's treasure aren't very useful to you, Wu Ho. How about this? Emperor Yu's treasure is useful to you. You can choose the best one and take it away. However, if it's beneficial to the development of the sect, please give it to Qinghu Island. We each take what we need. I can also make the decision. You have 3 chances to ask the Grand Supreme Elder of Qinghu Island to help you. What do you think? The Grand Supreme Elder is the Blind Sword Master? The King of Beasts Wu Ho asked in surprise. Wu Ho, please be more respectful to the Grand Supreme Elder of Qinghu Island. Zhao Danshan's face darkened. The Island Lord of Qinghu Island from over 200 years ago was ranked 2nd on the heavenly ranking and was known as the Heavenly-Eyed Sword Master. However, some people secretly called him the Blind Sword Master. However, it was a little disrespectful to call him Blind Man. No one dared to say it in front of the experts of Qinghu Island. Later on, the Blind Sword Master attained enlightenment and attained the Emptiness Realm. He lived in seclusion on Qinghu Island and rarely fought. However, every time he made a move, the experts in the world knew that the Blind Sword Master had reached an unfathomable realm. In the land of the 9 prefectures, there were only a handful of people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This Emptiness Realm expert was the reason why Qinghu Island was able to dominate Yangzhou. An Emptiness Realm expert can help me 3 times? I can choose the best one from the treasures that are useful to me? Wuho said with a smile. Yes, the conditions are pretty good. Even I'm a little tempted. Unfortunately, I, Wuho, am unmoved by force or persuasion. Even if I can't use Emperor Yu's treasure, I will throw it into the sea rather than give it to Qinghu Island. Zhao Danshan was so angry that his face turned pale. He pointed at Wu Ho while trembling. Wu Ho, me, what about me? Wu Ho sneered. Don't go too far. The Grand Supreme Elder of Qinghu Island can kill you as easily as stepping on an ant. Zhao Danshan said in a deep voice, let's just take what we need. Isn't this better for everyone? There's no other way. Wu Ho shook his head and sighed. I, Wu Ho, don't like Qinghu Island. As for the blind sword master, haha, I am indeed no match for an emptiness realm expert. However, I, Wu Ho, played in the desolate land when I was young. There are only a few people in this world who can kill me. With this, Wu Ho walked towards the entrance of the treasure cave. Zhao Danshan was so angry that his eyes turned red. However, he didn't dare to make a move. It was already good enough that Wu Ho didn't kill him. How could he, Zhao Danshan, fight against Wu Ho? In this alley, roar, a deep roar that could shake one's soul rang out. Wu Ho and Zhao Danshan's facial expressions changed drastically. From the darkness in the depths of the alley, a golden dragon turtle that was 30 feet long crawled out. The end of this alley was a dead end. Actually, this golden dragon turtle would sometimes sleep there. As a dragon turtle, sleeping was its favorite thing to do. This alley was almost 50 zhang long, and the entrance to the treasure was in the middle of the alley. Therefore, the two of them didn't notice the golden dragon turtle. Oh no, Wu Ho muttered. Why is it here? Isn't it at the entrance of the palace? Zhao Danshan's facial expression changed drastically. The golden dragon turtle crawled leisurely to the entrance of the cave and lay on its stomach. With its 3 zhang long body, it easily blocked the entrance of the cave. A hint of pride could be seen in its glowing green eyes. At the corner, a black figure walked to the corner silently. It was Tung Qingshan, who had followed the predicted route. The end of this route is in front. Tung Qingshan's heartbeat slowed down to the extreme. He stopped breathing through his nose and mouth and breathed through the pores of his body. With his control over his muscles, every step he took was extremely gentle and silent. In the darkness, Tung Qingshan looked over. Over 20 zhang away, there were 2 pearls embedded in the wall. They emitted a faint dark green glow and illuminated the surrounding 10 zhang. A golden dragon turtle lay there. 2 humans, Zhao Danshan, were standing there while the king of beasts, Wu Ho, was casually sitting and leaning against the wall. At the same time, he was letting out deep roars. Roar, roar. The golden dragon turtle let out 2 roars casually. The 2 humans and 1 beast didn't sense Tung Qingshan's presence. In terms of concealing his aura and tracking, Tung Qingshan was many times stronger than a golden Dan innate expert. Zhao Danshan and Wu Ho are here. The golden dragon turtle is here as well. Tung Qingshan instantly deduced many things. The treasure is definitely here. The golden dragon turtle was guarding the treasure, so Wu Ho and Zhao Danshan couldn't do anything. This Zhao Danshan must have a map of the maze. But Wu Ho must have followed Zhao Danshan all the way here. Tung Qingshan looked at everything silently. Zhao Danshan, don't look so tense like a dead woman. Wu Ho leaned against the wall and turned his head to look at Zhao Danshan. He smiled and said, I was chatting with the old dragon turtle just now. This old dragon turtle has lived for almost 10,000 years. It was very happy to chat with me. You are really bored. Zhao Danshan sneered. What do you know? Wu Ho smiled and said, we are lucky. The old dragon turtle said, if we had entered the bottom of the cave first, we would have died. This is why the old dragon turtle was not anxious at all. Died? Zhao Danshan frowned and said, Emperor Yu left the treasure. How could the people who entered die? Impossible. The old dragon turtle said, this treasure can only be obtained by those who are fated. Those who are not fated will die. This old dragon turtle has lived for almost 10,000 years and has a good temper. It doesn't want people to die. Otherwise, wouldn't have stopped us. Wu said. Zhao Danshan was so angry that he laughed. Haha, what a joke. This old dragon turtle stopped us and helped us? Wu rubbed his chin and said, it doesn't sound real. But with the special senses I have since I was young, what this old dragon turtle said should be true. With the old dragon turtle's strength, if he wanted to kill us, he would have already done so at the entrance of the palace. But he only stopped us. From the beginning to the end, this old dragon turtle didn't kill a single human. Zhao Danshan froze. Indeed, whether it was using the ball of air to blast people away or threatening them, this old dragon turtle really didn't kill a single human. Wu this old dragon turtle said, only those who are fated can obtain it. Those who are not fated will die. What is this? Was fated. Was fated. Zhao Danshan said anxiously. Brother Wu, do you still believe in such an absurd saying? Fated or fated, it was hard to describe. I asked, but the old dragon turtle refused to tell me. Wu said helplessly. Zhao Danshan, Qinghu Island suffered a great loss this time. So many people died, and now we are at the entrance of the treasure. This old dragon turtle is telling you that you are not fated with the treasure. Wu couldn't help but laugh. This is so funny. The muscles on Zhao Danshan's face twitched. Not fated? Zhao Danshan's eyes turned cold. He wouldn't believe it even if he died. Qinghu Island suffered so many losses and only got this sentence. Not fated with the treasure? Zhao Danshan, would never admit it. How did things end up like this? Zhao Danshan was so anxious that he had a headache. Everything was going according to plan, but now many innate experts died and fell into such a situation. It's because of that Qin Lang. If it wasn't for him, the others wouldn't have been able to find the bottomless pit. If it wasn't for him, Elder, who wouldn't have died. Although I don't know how those elders died, but Elder whose roar before he died obviously showed that Qin Lang was involved. Zhao Danshan hated Qin Lang to the bone. Tung Qingshan was like a lifeless stone at the corner, observing silently. The training in his previous life had given Tung Qingshan enough patience. Even if he waited for 3 to 4 days, he wouldn't be impatient. He believed that the opportunity would come, on the correct route in one of the alleys. The 5 surviving innate experts of Xiao Yao Palace were with a long-browed old monk. The long-browed old monk held a map of the maze in his hands and said, there are 3 routes now, but that should be Wu Ho's voice just now. According to the direction Wu Ho is at, there is only one correct route. The long-browed old monk had followed Zhao Danshan for a long distance along the correct route. However, Zhao Danshan was shocked to find that he immediately changed the route and finally got rid of the long-browed old monk. However, the long-eyebrowed old monk later met the men of Xiao Yao Palace. It could be said that the long-browed old monk was lucky that they met. He obtained the map of the maze. It could also be said that the experts of Xiao Yao Palace were lucky. With the guidance of the long-browed old monk, they were able to narrow down the possible routes. The long-browed old monk was very sure that a portion of it was the correct path. With this part of the correct route, in addition to the location where Zhao Danshan and the demonic beasts were fighting and the newly obtained map of the maze, the long-browed old monk went through the selection process and determined 3 paths. Wu Ho's laughter echoed a lot. However, his divine ear was still able to determine the direction. Great Master, you are indeed powerful. The purple-cloaked elegant man from Xiao Yao Palace said with a smile. Let's go. There are still 16 more forks before we reach the treasure. If we're too slow, Zhao Danshan's group might snatch it away, the long-browed old monk said calmly. Immediately, the 6 of them sped forward, rushing towards the treasure vault. Chapter 225. In the alley. Roar, roar, the old dragon turtle blocked the entrance and occasionally roared to communicate with Wu Ho. Zhao Danshun, don't just stand there. It's useless no matter how anxious you are. Wu Ho stretched his body lazily. Suddenly, Wu Ho's expression changed. He looked at the other end of the alley and shouted, "There's someone!" Wu Ho, who was originally sitting on the ground, dashed over 200 zhong like a flash of lightning. "Someone's there." Zhao Danshun also dashed to the corner like a flash of lightning. Tung Shan, who was originally squatting at the corner, was astonished to see Wu Ho and Zhao Danshun dashing to the corner. How did he discover me? Including the reaction time, Tung Shan only had time to escape 30 zhong away. Qin Lang. Wu Ho looked at the fleeing figure in shock. There's actually someone at this corner? It's Qin Lang. Zhao Danshun was astonished at first. Then his eyes turned red and his face turned ferocious as he roared, "Qin Lang, don't run." The roar was still echoing in the alleyway, but Zhao Danshun was chasing after Tung Shan at his fastest speed. When Zhao Danshun chased after him, the two of them were only 50 zhong apart. With Zhao Danshun's speed, how could Tung Shan escape? Phew! Tung Shan had only dashed for 30 zhong when a figure flew over his head and blocked his way. "Qin Lang, where are you going?" Zhao Danshun's eyes were filled with unconcealable, murderous intent. The muscles at the corner of his eyes were twitching, and his originally handsome face now looked ferocious. "Elder Zhao, good Qingong," Tung Shan praised and immediately smiled bitterly. "So, it's them." At this moment, Tung Shan also discovered that there was a sound about 20 zhong away. Then, he saw 6 figures appear at the corner ahead. They were the 5 innate experts of Xiaoyao Palace and the long-browed old monk. At this moment, Tung Shan understood and couldn't help but smile bitterly that Wu Ho didn't discover me. Instead, he discovered them. "Qin Lang, you have the ability to hide your aura. You were actually not far from me, and I did not discover you." At this moment, Wu Ho walked over and looked at Tung Shan with shining eyes. "I rarely admire people, but I really admire your ability to conceal your aura. Amazing, amazing!" Wu Ho also exclaimed in admiration. "What's the use of being powerful?" Tung Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Senior Wu Ho, please help me stop Zhao Danshun, who is about to go crazy. I will be very grateful." "Brother Wu Ho, this Qin Lang killed Elder Hu of Qinghu Island. I reckon that the deaths of the other elders must have something to do with this Qin Lang. Qinghu Island swears to kill him." Zhao Danshun said in a deep voice, "If you stop us, you will become the enemy of the entire Qinghu Island." Zhao Danshun was so angry that his face turned red. It was obvious that he was furious. What he hated the most was this Qin wolf that revealed the bottomless pit. He's about to go crazy. Wu Ho stood by the wall, indicating that he wouldn't interfere. "You guys settle your grudges yourselves. What are you guys doing here?" The elegant man wearing a purple cloak from Xiaoyao Palace, Elder Shi, laughed in surprise. "It seems that the treasures are not that easy to get." The long-browed old monk frowned. Zhao Danshun and Wu Ho were here, but they weren't going to get the treasures. That was strange. If they got the treasures, they should leave quickly instead of wasting time here. After all, the longer they stayed, the easier it would be for trouble to happen. Tung Shan looked at the group of people walking over and hastily said, "Elder Shi, the people of Qinghu Island who died. Now this Zhao Danshun is on me." The 5 men of Xiaoyao Palace and the long-browed old monk frowned. The long-browed old monk and the people of Xiaoyao Palace knew that everyone had worked together to kill a group of experts of Qinghu Island. This was done by a group of people, not just by Tung Shan. "Elder Shi, there must be many reasons for the death of the elders of Qinghu Island. It's very complicated. What exactly happened? Qinghu Island will investigate in detail in the future. However, we are sure that this Qin Lang is the culprit." Zhao Danshun's eyes were burning with anger as he looked at the people of Xiaoyao Palace and said, "I hope you guys won't interfere. Of course, this is between Qinghu Island and Qin Lang." Elder Shi of Xiaoyao Palace said with a smile, "These great sects couldn't be bothered to go against Qinghu Island for Qin Lang. who roamed the world alone. Previously, when they killed the elders of Qinghu Island, everyone worked together, and Qinghu Island wouldn't dare to mention it again. However, if they interfered now, it would be the same as Xiao Yao Palace going against Qinghu Island. Was it worth it for Qin Lang? It wasn't worth it. In the dark alleyway, Tung Qingshan was already isolated and without help. He was the Qin wolf that did not belong to any sect. With this identity, no one was willing to help him. Even the king of beasts, Wu Ho, wouldn't offend the powerful Qinghu Island for Tung Qingshan, who he didn't have a close relationship with. What should I do? What should I do now? Tung Qingshan anxiously thought of various methods in his mind. He knew that he couldn't force Xiao Yao Palace to help him if he dragged them into this mess. The people of Xiao Yao Palace might join hands and kill him out of anger. Zhao Danshan was the only one who wanted to kill him now. Tung Qingshan still had a sliver of hope, the possibility of struggling. Even if I took out my reincarnation spear, it would be useless in a fight. Tung Qingshan was anxious, but he was still saying that he was stalling for time. Elder Zhao, with my true Dan innate realm strength. How could I kill Elder Hu? That was definitely an injustice. I heard Elder Hu's roar clearly before he died. Zhao Danshan pressed forward with a ferocious expression. Don't struggle. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will make you regret that you became Qinghu Island's enemy. Zhao Danshan gnashed his teeth as he spoke. At this moment, Zhao Danshan obviously couldn't kill Tung Qingshan with one strike. If he let Tung Qingshan die without any pain, it would be too easy on him. Therefore, he had to torture him, ruthlessly torture him. The best would be to cripple his martial arts, break his limbs, blind his eyes, and cut off his tongue. Lock him in a dark dungeon and torture him every day. Let Qin Lang die in the darkness of despair and endless torture. Only then could Zhao Danshan vent his hatred. So many innate experts had died, but they still couldn't get Emperor Yu's treasure. With such great hatred, no matter how ruthless the torture method was, in the eyes of Qinghu Island, it was not excessive. Kill you with one strike? Dream on. Zhao Danshan approached slowly. Tung Qingshan retreated step by step. In this short period of time, Tung Qingshan had thought of a lot of ways, but none of them had any hope. With the strength of a golden Dan innate realm, killing me is as easy as lifting a finger. Now my only option is to put myself in a hopeless situation and come back to life. There's a golden dragon turtle over there. I will escape to the side of the dragon turtle. Humans couldn't help him, so Tung Qingshan could only place his hope on the demonic beasts. Next to the dragon turtle, with my special body, if I fight Zhao Danshan to the death, I might have a glimmer of hope. Tung Qingshan knew very well that the only thing he could rely on was his special body. Some close-quarters fighting techniques were very popular on Earth in his previous life. In the land of the 9 prefectures, it was very rare. However, the opponent was a Golden Dan innate expert. With one strike, he could destroy his hope. Elder Zhao, I hope you can give me a quick death, Tung Qingshan shouted. At this moment, he had already retreated to the corner. Huh? Zhao Danshan laughed out of extreme anger. Phew! Tung Qingshan suddenly dashed towards the golden dragon turtle. Just a struggle before death. Zhao Danshan wasn't anxious at all, because he knew that the end of the treasure was a dead end. Qin Lang had no way out. I'll cut the tendons in your arms and legs first. Zhao Danshan also dashed into the passageway, where the treasure was at lightning speed. The king of beasts Wu Ho, the 5 men of Xiao Yao Palace, and a long-browed old monk also walked into the passageway. What a pity. He's an amazing person. Wu Ho sighed, but it seems that he has a grudge against Qinghu Island. The 2 pearls emitted a dim light. The golden dragon turtle lay there. The long-browed old monk and the 5 men of Xiao Yao Palace saw this, and their expressions changed. The golden dragon turtle was here. Things were going to be troublesome. Tung Qingshan was now beside the golden dragon turtle. Do you think the dragon turtle will help you? Zhao Danshan held the long sword in his hand and bowed slightly towards the golden dragon turtle to show his respect. He then straightened his body and continued walking towards Tung Qingshan. Zhao Danshan. Tung Qingshan's expression was cold, without a trace of fear. Crackle. Tung Qingshan's body emitted a sound that made people's teeth ache. Tung Qingshan's height increased visibly, and his arms and thighs became thicker. Chi-Chi, the clean black sleeves on his body, also tore apart, revealing his strong arms that seemed to be entangled with steel. Green veins coiled around his body like green snakes. In an instant, Tung Qingshan turned into a demon. Eh. Zhao Danshan looked at this scene in surprise and sneered. It seems like it. However, your resistance is useless. Zhao Danshan didn't care at all. However, Tung Qingshan made up his mind. In the beginning, Tung Qingshan's extreme yang and unyielding side caused Zhao Danshan to have an illusion. At the moment of life and death, he displayed his amazing flexibility. It didn't matter if it was his fingers, head, or any part of his body. As long as his opponent didn't kill him, he would risk his life to kill his opponent. Then you can try, Tung Qingshan said coldly. Wu Ho, the long-browed old monk, and the 5 men of Xiao Yao Palace watched from afar. Come. Tung Qingshan felt his blood boiling. His blood flowed 10 times faster than usual, and his eyes turned red. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Zhao Danshan's mouth, and his body suddenly turned into a gust of wind. Tung Qingshan dove down like a gorilla. Bang! Zhao Danshan, who had originally turned into a gust of wind, suddenly had a loud sound. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and he flew up 10 zhang before landing heavily on the ground. Zhao Danshan lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head in disbelief and stared at the golden dragon turtle. Dragon turtle, how could it? Zhao Danshan was completely stupefied. Old dragon turtle? Wu Ho, the long-browed old monk, and the 5 men of Xiao Yao Palace also looked at the golden dragon turtle in surprise. Tung Qingshan, who had just dashed 30 zhang away, also looked at the enormous creature beside him in surprise. Why? Why did it help me? At this moment, the golden dragon turtle had already left the cave. Its eyes swept across the group of humans. Then it turned its huge head and looked at Tung Qingshan, who was beside it. Tung Qingshan felt the kindness contained in those huge eyes. Bang! It waved its hoof. The golden dragon turtle waved its hoof too quickly. Previously, Zhao Danshan couldn't dodge in time. This time, Tung Qingshan couldn't dodge in time either. Bang! Tung Qingshan was smashed into the entrance of a treasure trove, like a huge rock. Only then did the golden dragon turtle crawl to the entrance of the treasure trove and lay down, blocking the entrance. Looking at the dumbfounded Zhao Danshan, Wu Ho, the long-browed old monk, and the others, the old dragon turtle opened its mouth proudly and raised its head, letting out a roar that resounded throughout the entire heavenly flood palace. Roar. P.S. Today is the first day of the outbreak. Now, there are 2,528 votes. Yesterday, there were 1,419 votes, an increase of over 1,100 votes. Therefore, Tomato will have an outbreak for 11 days. Today is the first day. The following events will get more and more exciting. Everyone's monthly votes will get more exciting. Rush to first place. Chapter 2:26. Tung Qingshan's whole body was smashed into the entrance of the treasure trove by the big hoof, rolling down the stairs. How could this happen? Tung Qingshan supported himself with one hand and half-squatted on the ground. His mind was still in a mess. The things that happened just now were really full of twists and turns. First, he was dragged down by the men of Xiao Yao Palace and was discovered by Zhao Danshan. When he made up his mind to fight Zhao Danshan with his life, the golden dragon turtle suddenly attacked and blasted Zhao Danshan away, saving him. This wasn't the end. He had just saved him, but he was smashed into the entrance of the treasure. Is there something special about me? Does this old dragon turtle have a special feeling towards me? Tung Ching Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned his head and looked at the hole above the stairs. The old dragon turtle's abdomen armor was blocking the hole. This old dragon turtle told Wu Ho that Emperor Yu's treasure can only be obtained by those who are fated, and those who are not fated will die. Am I the fated one? To Tung Ching Shan, whether it was fated or not, it was a very strange thing. He and Emperor Yu have been separated for many years. How could they be fated? Although I don't know why this old dragon turtle helped me. At least I escaped from death and came here. Tung Ching Shan scanned the surroundings. It was still made of azure green material. In the heavenly flood palace, besides the upper level of the maze, there was another level below. However, the lower level was much simpler. Normally, there would be an azure green pillar every 10 zhang. At first glance, there were many pillars everywhere supporting the upper level. The underground isn't pitch black. Instead, there's light. Tung Ching Shan discovered that the roots of the two adjacent pillars were connected by azure green light. The top of the two pillars were also connected by azure green light. This caused the entire underground to be shrouded in azure green light. The rays of azure green light intersected with each other, forming a 10 zhang wide lattice. Spacious. Silence. This was the bottom level of the heavenly flood palace. There were no demonic beasts. It was quiet and shrouded in azure green light. Something's wrong. Tung Ching Shan took a closer look. There's something wrong with the lighting. Tung Ching Shan discovered that there were actually streaks of green halos flowing within these rays of green light, just like the flow of water in a river. Yes, Tung Ching Shan's eyes brightened as he thought to himself, no energy can be created out of thin air. Cultivation also requires the refinement of essence into qi and qi into spirit. This heavenly flood palace has existed at the bottom of the lake for at least 5,000 years without a scratch. There must be energy replenishment and support. There should be an energy center here. Tung Ching Shan deduced from his previous life. Immediately, Tung Ching Shan strolled around the underground. Apart from the endless pillars, there was nothing else but the green light. As expected, after walking only 500 zhang, Tung Ching Shan smiled. Rays of light transmit energy. Just like the flow of water, hundreds of rivers flow into the sea. The more water flows, the wider the river will be. The closer I get to the energy center of the heavenly flood palace, the thicker the rays will be. After 500 zhang, Tung Ching Shan discovered that the rays of green light under his feet were thicker than the ones behind him. There were two kinds of rays of green light. One was horizontal, and the other was vertical. Tung Ching Shan discovered that the horizontal rays were thicker as he moved forward. The vertical rays were thicker as he moved to the left. Tung Ching Shan moved forward diagonally to the left. After walking for about 1 li, Tung Ching Shan stopped. What a terrifying energy! Tung Ching Shan's heart trembled. In front of Tung Ching Shan, the rays of light were already 3 qi thick. They couldn't be considered as rays of light, but a small stream. According to the flow of energy, this should be the energy center. 30 zhang in front of Tung Ching Shan was the place with the thickest energy flow. The other places didn't have this much. However, the surroundings were still filled with pillars and crisscrossing rays of green light. The huge underground palace was like a huge go-board. The center is just 30 zhang ahead. Tung Ching Shan cautiously took out a flying knife. Whoosh! The flying knife turned into an afterimage and shot forward 30 zhang. Tung Ching Shan observed carefully. He had a premonition that something was about to happen. Boom! The entire underground palace shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Tung Ching Shan's expression changed greatly as he looked forward in shock. A dazzling ball of green light that was 30 zhang wide appeared in front of him. It looked like a green sun. Bang! This green sun suddenly exploded with a powerful shock wave. Like ripples on the surface of water, it instantly spread out at an astonishing speed. The entire space trembled because of this terrifying energy. It seemed as if the entire space was about to collapse. Tung Qingshan had never seen such a terrifying scene. The speed was too fast. Tung Qingshan didn't have time to dodge, and there was no place to dodge. Instantly, a thought appeared in Tung Qingshan's mind. No wonder he dared to say that he would definitely die if he entered. Even an emptiness realm expert might not be able to resist it. Tung Qingshan was drowned by the spreading green shock wave. In the upper level of the heavenly flood palace, rumble, the entire maze shook. In the passageway, the king of beasts Wu Ho, Zhao Danshun, the long-browed old monk, and the 5 experts of Xiao Yao Palace changed their expressions. What's going on? Why is the palace shaking? Everyone was shocked and panicked. Could it be that Qin Lang obtained Emperor Yu's treasure? Wu Ho said with a frown. Yes, the Heavenly Flood Palace has existed for thousands of years. I think it would only be shaken if someone obtained Emperor Yu's treasure. The long-browed old monk nodded. Hearing this, Zhao Danshun's expression became even more unsightly. He glanced at the golden dragon turtle lying leisurely at the entrance of the cave and thought to himself, obtained Emperor Yu's treasure? Qin Lang, you don't belong to any sect. Even if you obtained Emperor Yu's treasure, what right do you have to protect it? When you come out, Zhao Danshun, Qinghu Island had suffered a great loss, and Emperor Yu's treasure was originally in the bag. But everything changed because of Qin Lang. Hatred and killing intent couldn't be concealed at all. Elder Zhao, what happened inside? A deep and resounding voice reverberated in the heavenly flood palace. It was Gu Yong, who had been waiting anxiously outside the palace gate. Originally, he had been waiting patiently, but he could see with his naked eyes that the entire heavenly flood palace was shaking violently. He immediately became anxious. Something big must have happened in the heavenly flood palace. Island Lord, bring your men in. Zhao Danshun also shouted loudly. In the passageway, when the others heard Zhao Danshun shout, they all shook their heads and laughed. Brother Zhao, what's the use of letting your island lord come now? Ha! Wu Ho laughed. Zhao Danshun's face was cold. Previously, Gu Yong and the others were outside to prevent the island lord, Gu Yong, from dying. And now, although it seemed like they couldn't get Emperor Yu's treasure, judging from the current situation, there was no longer any danger. Let the island lord and the others come in, and they could talk about what to do next. At the bottom of the heavenly flood palace, one lead to the left of the stairway entrance. The shaking had already stopped. Tung Qingshan was still standing there, his entire body bathed in the azure light. The small tripod pendant, which was originally inside his clothes, was now absorbing the azure light. The small tripod had saved the defenseless Tung Qingshan from the shockwave of energy just now. Tung Qingshan was unharmed. So magical. Tung Qingshan didn't even look at the small tripod. Instead, he looked ahead. Originally, there was nothing in front of him, but now, a dazzling golden light appeared. 9 black, 3-legged small tripods, each half the height of a human, were neatly arranged in 3 rows, forming the shape of 9 squares. Each 3-legged black, 3-legged small tripod had a lid at the top, and a golden pearl was inlaid on the lid. It was these 9 golden pearls that emitted dazzling golden light. Outside the 9 small tripods, there was a golden spherical light cover that could be seen by the naked eye. This golden spherical light cover completely enveloped the space where the 9 small tripods were. Among the 9 3-legged small tripods, above the small tripod in the center, a big black axe was floating. This big black axe was floating in the air. Obviously, this big black axe was at the center of the spherical light cover. Indistinctly, rays of azure light were flowing on the big black axe. 9 cauldrons? A black axe? Tung Qingshan's gaze fell on the axe. This place seems to be related to my small tripod. Tung Qingshan lowered his head and looked at the small tripod in front of his chest. Immediately, he reached out his hand and touched the golden light cover. Chi! Like two magnets attracting each other, Tung Chingshan's entire body was instantly sucked into the light cover. Ah! Tung Chingshan stared at the big black axe in shock. Outside the light cover, Tung Chingshan couldn't sense how terrifying this black axe was. However, after entering the light cover, the terrifying pressure spread out, causing Tung Chingshan's heart to tremble. This axe should be the center of the entire heavenly flood palace. Without any support, the axe was floating in the air. The azure light flowing on the axe seemed to be connected to the azure light in the outside world. Looking at this axe, Tung Chingshan's mind moved. According to the legends, Emperor Yu's weapon was an axe. Could it be this axe? Tung Chingshan thought to himself. However, according to logic, even the weapons of the four omnipotent experts were only made with some precious materials. It was only a symbol and shouldn't be very useful. A weapon was a weapon. Even if it was Emperor Yu's weapon, there shouldn't be anything special. But why could a weapon float in the air? Is there something inside these 9 small tripods? Tung Chingshan swept his gaze across the cauldron cover and saw the faint reflection of light inside the cauldron. Chi-Chi, the golden pearls on the cauldron cover of the 9 small tripod, suddenly emitted a golden ray of light. 9 rays of light converged above the 9 tripod cauldrons. A blurry and tall virtual figure appeared in the air. The figure was dressed in a plain gray cloth, had messy hair, a square face, and a beard that reached his temples. At first glance, he looked like a barbarian. Tung Chingshan stared at this scene blankly. P.S. Chapter 1 is here, that you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.